Chapter 2257. Duan Lingtian had asked who had the highest innate talent in the Boar Devil clan because he wanted to devour a high-grade innate spiritual root to obtain a black innate spiritual root. This would save him a lot of time. If he devoured a low-grade innate spiritual root from an ordinary Boar Devil, his innate spiritual root would transform into a black innate spiritual root. However, it would take a long time for him to do so. Duan Lingtian did not want to waste too much time. Kerr did not want to be separated from him for too long, and the same went for him. Duan Lingtian only wanted to finish this as soon as possible so he could return to be with Kerr. The three great guardian warriors all possess indigo innate spiritual roots and are sectless cultivators. Duan Lingtian's eyes brightened when he learned about the Boar Devil clan's three great guardian warriors from the kneeling Boar Devil. His breathing quickened as well. What did it mean for the three great guardian warriors to be considered as sectless cultivators in the Boar Devil clan? It meant they were not in the three most powerful tribes in the Boar Devil clan. They were most likely not in the vicinity of the three powerhouses at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The territory of the Boar Devil clan is neither big nor small. Do you know where the three great guardian warriors are? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice as he looked at the Boar Devil kneeling in the air. "My lord, will you let me go if I tell you where they are?" The Boar Devil did not reply to Duan Lingtian immediately. Instead, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a hopeful expression on his face. It was as though he had found a straw to clutch at. "What? Are you trying to negotiate with me?" Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at the Boar Devil. "Or do you think you're the only one who knows where the three great guardian warriors are?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, killing intent surged out of his body and shrouded the Boar Devil. The killing intent that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body frightened the Boar Devil so much that he hastily shook his head. "My lord, that's not what I meant. I really didn't mean that. I'll bring you to the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors. I'll bring you there immediately." The Boar Devil looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would attack him. Most Boar Devils knew where the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was. Therefore, he really couldn't use this to threaten the human powerhouse in front of him. "Lead the way." Duan Lingtian grunted coldly. The Boar Devil hastily rose to his feet and led Duan Lingtian to the place where the three great guardian warriors were cultivating. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. Due to this reason, they did not encounter any other Boar Devils along the way. "My lord, the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors is just ahead. We'll arrive after we cross the mountain in front." The Boar Devil, who was leading the way, turned to tell Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded indifferently. The cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. This was exactly what he wanted. He was worried the cultivation place of the three great guardian warriors was not far away from the gathering place of the Boar Devil clan. After all, if any of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan interfered, he might not be able to devour the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors. Soon after, Duan Lingtian followed the Boar Devil and crossed the mountain in front of them. Duan Lingtian suddenly frowned as though he had sensed something. He immediately looked down at the mountain range beneath his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Almost at the same time when Duan Lingtian lowered his head to look, two whistling sounds resonated in the continuous mountain range. Following that, two figures appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. They were none other than two Boar Devils. One of the Boar Devils was plump and had a big belly. He resembled Zhu Beiji, the second senior brother of Duan Lingtian from the ancient legends on Earth. The other one was well built. Although he also had a pig's head, his facial features were more delicate. He could be considered as a rare, good-looking man in the Boar Devil clan. Xiong, how dare you bring a human devil into the territory of the Boar Devil clan? How dare you? The plump Boar Devil, who resembled Zhu Beiji, moved like a ball and rolled toward Duan Lingtian and the muscular Boar Devil named Xiong, who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian. A hint of schadenfreude could be heard in his voice. My lord, this is one of my enemies. I didn't expect him to be here. Xiong, the Boar Devil, who was leading the way for Duan Lingtian, said with a wry smile as he looked at Duan Lingtian with a grim expression on his face. Even as he smiled bitterly, a gleam of schadenfreude flashed in the depths of his eyes. In his opinion, Duan Lingtian was a fool. That blind guy is dead for sure. Humph! Duan Lingtian naturally noticed the gloating look in Xiong's eyes. He could guess what Xiong was thinking. However, after a scoff, he made his move. Boom! 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 Duan Lingtian did not seem to have done anything, but a vast energy surged out of his body. It was as though a ferocious beast had opened its mouth and pounced toward the plump Boar Devil. The plump Boar Devil did not even have time to react before he was devoured by the energy surging out of Duan Lingtian's body. Not a single trace of him was left behind. All that was left was a spatial ring that fell from the sky. Whoosh! As soon as the spatial ring fell, Xiong flew out and retrieved it before he respectfully handed it to Duan Lingtian. My lord! After taking the spatial ring, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the muscular Boar Devil. My lord! He's that fellow's companion, so we can't let him live. Otherwise, news of your arrival will spread in the Boar Devil clan. Xiong said to Duan Lingtian. The gloating glint in the depths of his eyes grew even denser. The remaining Boar Devil was also his nemesis. Run! The muscular Boar Devil shuddered when he heard Xiong's words. He regained his senses and tried to flee immediately. What a joke! Since this human devil could easily kill his companion, it was only natural that he could easily kill him as well. After all, his strength was only on par with his companion. When his companion was killed, he was so terrified that he could not even muster the will to fight back. Swoosh! The sound of sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Duan Lingtian had casually pointed his finger at the Boar Devil. The Boar Devil, who was about to flee, did not even have time to take a step before the sword ray that shot out from Duan Lingtian's finger pierced through the space between his brows. Die! In just a blink of an eye, the two Boar Devils were killed by Duan Lingtian. Although the muscular Boar Devil named Xiong knew Duan Lingtian was strong, he could not help but shudder when he saw how easily Duan Lingtian had killed two Boar Devils whose strength was on par with his. However, when he regained his senses, he quickly took the spatial ring from the muscular Boar Devil's hand and handed it to Duan Lingtian respectfully. Then, without waiting for Duan Lingtian's reply, he continued to lead the way obediently. At the same time, he was delighted when he thought about how Duan Lingtian had killed his two nemeses. Without his two nemeses, he would be able to live comfortably in the future. My lord, we're here. As soon as Xiong's voice rang in the air, a vast valley appeared in front of Duan Lingtian's eyes. On the other side of this vast valley, there were 3 simple wooden huts standing on the mountainside. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian extended his divine consciousness toward the 3 wooden houses. Who's there? In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian felt 3 divine consciousnesses that were stronger than his own charging toward his divine consciousness. However, Duan Lingtian seemed to be prepared for this. The moment the 3 powerful divine senses collided with him, his divine sense quickly retreated, returning to his soul in the blink of an eye. The divine consciousness was dependent on the soul. The level of one's soul was directly related to one's cultivation base. Currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. His soul and divine consciousness were at the same level as well. The divine consciousness that was stronger than his had to be from a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage or higher. The 3 great guardian warriors. Duan Lingtian was certain this was the cultivation place of the 3 great guardian warriors. The boar devil who led the way had not lied to him. Boom, boom, boom. Almost as soon as the thought left Duan Lingtian's mind, the 3 wooden houses on the other side of the mountain, on the other side of the valley, exploded in unison. 3 figures that looked like devil gods appeared out of thin air. In just a blink of an eye, the 3 figures appeared in the sky near Duan Lingtian. They hovered in the air and stared at Duan Lingtian fiercely. They were none other than the 3 boar devils, who looked identical. The 3 boar devils were very tall. They were at least 2 meters tall, and their devil chi was so strong that they looked like 3 devil gods. These 3 boar devils were the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. A human devil. The expressions of the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan darkened when they saw Duan Lingtian's appearance. You've got guts. How dare you bring a human devil into the Boar Devil clan's territory? When the Boar Devil Xiong Jie's expression changed drastically when he saw the 3 great guardian warriors. One of the 3 great guardian warriors suddenly shouted. In just a blink of an eye, devil chi surged out of his body and transformed into a gigantic palm that slammed down on Xiong. Boom! The giant palm tore through the air and swept down like a huge mountain crashing down, its momentum vast and mighty. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, but he did not stop it. Chapter 2258. Xiong Suk, the Boar Devil, was overjoyed when he learned that his 2 rivals had been killed by Duan Lingtian. He felt that he would be able to live a better life in the future. However, he did not expect that Duan Lingtian would be killed so easily. He did not even have the chance to live a better life before he was killed. Moreover, he was killed by a fellow Boar Devil. When one of the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan attacked Xiong Suk, Duan Lingtian was in time to stop him. However, he did not do so. Even if the 3 great guardian warriors did not kill Xiong Suk, he did not plan to let him go. Since Xiong Suk had used him to kill the 2 boar devils, he was also using Xiong Suk to find the 3 great guardian warriors. The Boar Devil clan had killed countless humans. He would not show any mercy to such a clan of devils. Brat, as a human devil, how dare you come to the Boar Devil clan's territory? It seems like you're tired of living. One of the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan, the Boar Devil who had just killed Xiong Suk, said coldly as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Tired of living? Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh when he heard the Boar Devil's words. Without waiting for the Boar Devil's reply, Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as a sneer appeared on his face. The reason I came to the Boar Devil clan's territory is because of the 3 great guardian warriors. Now, all of you can accompany that Boar Devil in hell. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a whirlpool appeared in the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A whirlpool appeared out of thin air. It spun continuously as though it was going to devour heaven and earth. When the whirlpool merged with Duan Lingtian, it began to devour the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, it continued to rise, albeit at a slower pace. Shameless boasting! At the same time, the 3 great guardian deities roared furiously in unison as well. At the same time, they all came back to their senses. Golden crow's wings! Under the watchful eyes of the 3 boar devils, who had just come back to their senses, Duan Lingtian cast the golden crow's wings, and a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As soon as the wings appeared, they began to flap violently. Immediately, boom, 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 accompanied by the deafening sound of air exploding. Duan Lingtian had already left his original spot under the push of the golden crow's wings and arrived at another place. And the surroundings of the place where he arrived were rich in heaven and earth spirit chi for him to freely devour. Elementary devouring technique. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian had devoured all the surrounding spiritual energy. He's using an assist-type divine ability to absorb world energy to enhance his Saint Chi. At this moment, one of the three great guardian deities of the Boar demon clan was the first to notice something was amiss, and he let out an urgent roar. Immediately, the other two of the three great guardian deities came back to their senses. As powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, they were extremely sensitive to the heaven and earth spirit chi. They could clearly see that the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi had become very thin. It was as though the heaven and earth spirit chi was being sucked dry. Kill him! The three great guardian deities roared at the same time. As twins, they had a tacit understanding with each other. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Lingtian in unison. Swoosh! 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 The three great guardian deities were extremely fast. They moved in unison like three streaks of lightning as they charged toward Duan Lingtian. Although the three great guardian deities were fast, they were only as fast as Duan Lingtian. Even if they cast their divine abilities, their movement techniques, and their soaring devil chi, they still could not outrun Duan Lingtian in terms of speed. After all, Duan Lingtian had changed a few places to absorb the heaven and earth spirit chi. Although his saint origin was not as strong as a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was not far from it. Elementary devouring tactic. After devouring the heaven and earth spirit chi in one place, Duan Lingtian moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. Elementary devouring tactic. He moved to another place. This is bad. His saint origin is still increasing. One of the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan cried out in alarm when he saw Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin was getting stronger and stronger. A hint of dread could be heard in his voice when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Swoosh! Swoosh! The other two great guardian deities were horrified as well when they discovered Duan Lingtian's saint origin was increasing in speed. At this moment, the three great guardian deities realized something was amiss. At this moment, finally, after some effort, Duan Lingtian finally managed to raise his sun saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but feel excited. At this moment, his sun saint origin had completely surpassed the saint origin of the three great guardian deities. I've long heard that the three great guardian deities from the Boar Devil clan are almost invincible against cultivators below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage when they join forces. Now that his sun saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. He immediately turned around and shouted as he charged toward the three great guardian deities who were still chasing after him. Golden Crow's wings. Currently, Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage when he cast the divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. His speed was naturally twice as fast as the three great guardian deities. 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three great guardian deities' expressions changed drastically when they saw Duan Lingtian charging toward them. At this moment, based on the human devil powerhouse's speed and the surging saint origin, they could tell the human devil powerhouse's saint origin was at the 9th form of the saint origin. The human devil powerhouse's saint origin had risen to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Moreover, his speed had risen to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. They could not compare to him at all. Defend with all your might. We'll deal with him after the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off. At the same time, the three great guardian deities came to a halt. They stood back to back and faced different directions. As soon as the three of them formed a group, the demon chi in their bodies merged together. The demon chi in their bodies fused together perfectly, mixing with the three perfectly fused saint chi and forming a solid black light shield that enveloped the three of them. Upon closer inspection, one could clearly see that there were black lightning bolts everywhere. Bolts of black lightning could be seen swirling around the black light shield. Every time a bolt of lightning flashed, it was filled with waves of demonic chi and emitted a terrifying aura. At the critical moment, the three guardian deities chose to join forces to defend. Since they were twins, they were able to perfectly fuse their defensive martial tactics and defensive divine abilities together to cast a defensive technique that could withstand the attacks of a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage for a period of time. Unless it was a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage who was close to passing the heavenly tribulation. Otherwise, it would be impossible for an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage to breach their defenses in such a short time. In their opinion, although the human devil powerhouse's strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage, it was all thanks to his assist-type divine ability. As long as the support god art's effect was over, he would return to his original state. At that time, he would be at their mercy again. I can't believe this human devil has mastered such a powerful assist-type divine ability. He's actually able to raise his saint origin to the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The three guardian warriors, who were very confident in their defenses, couldn't help but sigh. Humph! As long as we survive this wave of attacks, when the effect of his support god art wears off, won't he be a fish on the chopping board for us to slaughter? His current strength is comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. It's impossible for him to breach our defenses in such a short time. The three great guardian deities were very confident in their combined defensive techniques. Interesting. Duan Lingtian, who was charging toward the three guardian warriors, raised an eyebrow when he saw their defenses. He raised his hand and took out his 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. Otherworldly, celestial, sword-wielding art. In the next moment, he unleashed the strongest attack that he could unleash at the moment. He cast his offensive divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, and the third stage of the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also conjured a few clones. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The main body of the 1,000 inscriptions, sacred sword, and its doppelganger were filled with sun saint origin as they flew towards the three great Vajras in formation. Several thousand inscriptions, saint swords pierced through the air, emitting a series of sword whistles that lasted only for a brief moment. The sword rays flashed and whistled through the air as if they could pierce through everything. How fast! How powerful! At the same time, the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan discovered how terrifying Duan Ling Tian's attack was. In their eyes, the streaks of sword light were like the fleeting appearance of a swan. Finally, the main body of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword and the clones collided with the three guardian warriors' defenses. Boom! 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 However, along with a series of earth-shattering noises rang out. Duan Lingtian's attacks landed on the defensive light shield cast by the three great guardian warriors, causing ripples to form on the shield. Chapter 2259. Although Duan Lingtian's attacks were swift and ferocious, it was difficult for him to break through the defensive technique cast by the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. As expected, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly when he saw this. In fact, he had expected this to happen. However, he could not help but sigh when it turned out to be true. Currently, he was attacking with all his might. Alas, he was still unable to break through the defenses of the three great guardian warriors. Although my son Saint Origin has reached the critical point of the Saint Origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I can't unleash the full strength of my Saint Origin since I'm not a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In fact, he had already noticed this when he tried to raise his son Saint Origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although he had raised his Saint Origin to that level, he could not unleash the full strength of his Saint Origin. When a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage broke through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, not only would his Saint Origin improve, but his comprehension of heaven and earth would also improve. It sounded extremely mysterious, but it wasn't completely without reason. The 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was also known as the Celestial Ascension form. Some people might think that the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form because powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage had to undergo the Celestial Ascension tribulation. However, this was a huge mistake. Although the Celestial Ascension tribulation was one of the reasons the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was called the Celestial Ascension form, it was not the only reason. There was a process for powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. This process was based on one's comprehension of heaven and earth. Only when one's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a certain level would one be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. Otherwise, even if one's Saint Origin had reached the critical point, one would not be able to trigger the Celestial Ascension tribulation. If he could not attract the Celestial Ascension tribulation, he would not be able to pass the tribulation, let alone become an eminent celestial. In the process of comprehending heaven and earth, powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to use their Saint Origin with ease. This was the use of Saint Chi that transcended martial arts and divine abilities. It was also because of this. The strength of the Saint Origin cast by a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage and Duan Lingtian, who was a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, were on a completely different level. During the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism, Tang Xian's Saint Origin definitely didn't reach the critical point. And his martial arts, moves, and divine abilities won't be stronger than mine. However, even so, the strength he displayed at that time was far superior to my full strength attack. The reason why this happened is because he has become more and more proficient in using his Saint Chi through perceiving this world, allowing him to control his own Saint Chi like an extension of his own body, far surpassing my current level. Duan Lingtian had personally witnessed the battle between Tang Xian, the sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, and Lang Qianjin, the supreme elder of the Zhuangzi Buddhism. That battle was still vivid in his mind. For this reason, he could clearly see the difference in strength between him and Tang Xian and Lang Qianjin. If my cultivation base was at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage instead of the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I would have been able to slightly comprehend heaven and earth. The force of my earlier attack wouldn't have merely caused a small ripple in their defenses. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly as he looked at the defensive light shield around the three great guardian warriors. Only powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to comprehend heaven and earth. For this reason, no matter how much Duan Lingtian sighed, it did not change the fact that he was unable to comprehend heaven and earth. Boy from the Human Devil clan, go ahead and use your assist-type divine ability while it's still in effect. Otherwise, you might not be able to withstand a single attack from the three of us once the effect of your assist-type divine ability wears off. One of the three great guardian warriors said mockingly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the Human Devil clan to have someone like you. Even Xing Yuan Ba, the strongest person below the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil clan, is no match for you. Unfortunately, even if you're stronger than Xing Yuan Ba, you're going to die here today. The other two great guardian warriors looked at Duan Lingtian mockingly as well. Due to Duan Lingtian's earlier attack, the defensive light shield that was shrouded in devil chi had dimmed slightly, but it was not as obvious as before. It was obvious the defensive light shield did not deplete much of its energy after withstanding Duan Lingtian's attack. Upon hearing the three great guardian warriors' words, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow as he narrowed his eyes. In an instant, a cold glint flashed across his narrowed eyes. "It seems like all of you think you can defeat me?" Duan Lingtian said calmly as soon as he opened his eyes. It was as though he was not affected by the three great guardian warriors' words at all. Nothing could be more calm than this. To a certain extent, Duan Lingtian's calmness had shocked the three great guardian warriors as well. However, they were only taken aback for a moment before the sneer on their faces deepened. "You're just bluffing. Do you think we'll be afraid of you just because of this?" Ridiculous. When the three great guardian warriors spoke again, their voices were filled with disdain. "Your wishful thinking is pretty good," Liao said with a smile. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged in the face of the three great guardian warriors' disdain and ridicule. His tone was still very calm. "If I continue to attack with all my strength, I might be able to break through your defense after a while. However, by that time, the effect of my assist-type divine ability would have worn off. My saint origin would have been reduced to its original state." Duan Lingtian's words destroyed the three great guardian warriors' thoughts. "However, have you thought about this? If I escape with my current saint origin, will you be able to catch up with me?" Duan Lingtian continued to ask in a mocking tone. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the three great guardian warriors were stunned for a moment before their expressions darkened. As twins, the three of them worked together. Their strongest technique was their defensive technique, followed by their offensive technique. Their only weakness was their speed. If Duan Lingtian really wanted to escape now, he could easily escape with his life. They would not be able to use their strength at all. Cowards! Sure enough, human devils are all cowards. Human devil brat, you're really a disgrace to the human devil clan. How dare you try to escape? Coward! After Duan Lingtian's reminder, the three great guardian warriors became anxious. They began to mock Duan Lingtian. They wanted to provoke Duan Lingtian so he would lose his mind and stay behind. Only then would they have a chance to kill the human devil brat. If the human devil brat escaped, they could only watch from the sidelines. There was nothing they could do. How could Duan Lingtian not see through the three great guardian warriors' little tricks? "The three of you don't have to provoke me. Although I can escape now, I won't. It's because the three of you aren't qualified to make me escape." When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, his words were as clear as day. The three great guardian warriors were also stunned by Duan Lingtian's sudden outburst. They did not know where Duan Lingtian got his confidence from to actually dare to say such a thing. "I have to say, the defensive technique the three of you cast when you join forces is very strong. It's so strong that even an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage might not be able to break through it in a short time." Before the three great guardian warriors could regain their senses, Duan Lingtian continued to speak before the three great guardian warriors could react. "Unfortunately, all of you met me today." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and a stone tablet with a chipped corner appeared in his hand. When the stone tablet first appeared, it looked simple and unadorned. Apart from the ancient and complicated words carved on it, there was nothing eye-catching about it. All of a sudden, whoosh, 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 Along with the soft sound, the stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Ling Tian's hand suddenly emitted a vast and majestic devil chi. Demonic chi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the dome of heaven. All of this was caused by Duan Ling Tian activating the Sun Saint Chi in his body and fusing it into the stone tablet. I didn't expect the Devil Seal tablet would react so strongly when I infused it with the Sun Saint origin that's comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on the Devil Seal tablet's reaction, it shouldn't be a problem for it to break through the defenses of the 3 great guardian warriors. At first, Duan Lingtian was shocked by the stone tablet's reaction. However, a moment later, he came back to his senses and revealed a smile. Demonic chi surged from the Devil Seal tombstone as if it could support the heavens and the earth. If one took a closer look, they would be able to see that, within the demonic chi that soared into the sky, there were bolts of purple lightning that flashed like purple, divine dragons. The purple lightning bolts were surrounded by an even more profound devil chi that emitted an ancient and vicissitude aura. It was as though the lightning bolts had an extraordinary origin. The stone tablet with a chipped corner in Duan Lingtian's hand was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, that had not appeared in a long time. The 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan noticed the devil chi surging from the Devil Seal tablet. The disdain on their faces disappeared and was replaced by a solemn expression. The stone tablet in the human devil's hand gave them a sense of oppression that came from the bottom of their hearts and souls. Chapter 2260. All of a sudden, whoosh! A deafening sound rang in the air. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, flew out of Duan Lingtian's hand. It hovered in the air as the devil chi surged. The purple lightning that connected heaven and earth became even more terrifying. Even Duan Lingtian himself did not expect this to happen. For a moment, he was so shocked that he could not help but be stunned. At that moment, a gentle energy surged out of the Devil Seal tablet and pushed his hand away without hurting it. The Devil Seal tablet had also regained its freedom at that moment. The Devil Seal tablet that had regained its freedom hovered in the air. The devil chi that rose from it became even more majestic and majestic. From afar, it looked like a pillar that was burning with black flames. In just a blink of an eye, a change occurred. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by waves of ghost-like wails and wolf-like howls. The soaring demonic aura that seemed to connect the heavens and the earth suddenly gathered and squeezed together. Finally, it descended from the sky and entered the demon sealing tablet. In just a blink of an eye, the devil chi on the Devil Seal tablet surged. Rolling shockwaves swept out in all directions with the Devil Seal tablet as the center. Boom! 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 The shockwaves caused by the surging devil chi on the Devil Seal tablet set off a series of thunderous explosions. At the same time, it stirred up a violent wind that seemed to be able to sweep away everything in its path. At the same time, the 3 great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan, who were protected by the defensive light shield, could clearly sense the strange aura. The aura from the tablet, with a missing corner that was hovering in front of the human devil boy, was so strong that it caused their souls to tremble. It was as though they would not be able to escape from the aura even if they fled to the ends of the world. This is the Devil Seal tablet. At this moment, no matter how slow the 3 great guardian warriors were, they could guess what the tablet with a missing corner that caused their souls to tremble was. It was none other than the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, which was used to restrain the Devil clan. When the expressions of the 3 great guardian warriors changed drastically, the demonic chi on the Devil Seal tombstone surged as it shot out with a terrifying momentum. Wherever it passed, the void trembled as if it could collapse at any moment. Boom! In the next moment, before the 3 guardian deities could react, the Devil Seal tombstone had already smashed into the defensive light shield around them. The defensive light barrier was the most powerful technique that the three great guardian warriors could cast. It could even withstand the full-powered attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage for a period of time. Even though Duan Lingtian had used all his strength just now, he had only managed to create a small ripple on the surface. And now, boom, 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 boom. After the Devil's Seal tombstone smashed into the defensive light barrier, a series of crisp sounds rang out. It was as if the tombstone wouldn't stop. During this process, the defensive light shield that the three King Kongs of the Boar Demon clan relied on to survive was as vulnerable as a clay chicken or a pottery dog. The defensive technique that the three great guardian warriors cast was like a joke in front of the Devil's Seal tombstone. No, no, no. Seeing how the Devil's Seal tombstone easily destroyed their defensive means, the pupils of the three great guardian deities constricted. Their expressions changed drastically, and they could not help but let out waves of extremely anxious, low roars. Run! The same thought appeared in the three great guardian warriors' minds at the same time. At this time, other than this thought, they couldn't think of anything else. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil, Brat, had the Devil's Seal tablet. They didn't even have the time to figure out why this human devil Brat could use it. After all, the Devil's Seal tombstone was the bane of the devil clans and devil cultivators. They would only suffer backlash if they used the Devil's Seal tombstone. Trying to escape? The corners of Duan Lingtian's mouth curled up into a sneer when he saw the three great guardian warriors trying to flee in different directions. How could three mere devils at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage escape from the Devil's Seal tombstone? The outcome was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of explosions rang in the air. The Devil's Seal tombstone had destroyed the three great guardian warriors before they could even make a move. After the Devil's Seal tombstone was in its hands, the devil chi around it vanished and returned to its original appearance. It looked harmless. On the other hand, the three great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were lifeless, as though they had lost their souls. Indeed, they had lost their souls. Their souls had been suppressed by the Devil's Seal tombstone. As for whether they were sealed within the Devil's Seal tombstone or destroyed, only the Devil's Seal tombstone knew. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian made his way to the corpses of the three great guardian warriors. After collecting their spatial rings, he began to devour their innate spiritual roots. Although innate spiritual roots were dependent on one soul, the Devil's Seal tombstone had only targeted the three great guardian warrior souls and did not touch their innate spiritual roots. For this reason, it did not affect Duan Lingtian's ability to devour their innate spiritual roots. As expected, their innate spiritual roots are blue. When Duan Lingtian devoured the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors, he discovered the three great guardian warriors possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Moreover, their innate spiritual roots were blue. Their innate spiritual roots are enough to help my innate spiritual root break through to the next grade. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his emotions surged again. After a while, Duan Lingtian calmed down and began to devour the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with the process of devouring the innate spiritual roots. Therefore, he did not encounter any problems, and everything went smoothly. Now is the time. When the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors merged with his innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. His breathing seemed to have stopped at this moment. At the same time, the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors merged with Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root had already reached the critical point. It was only half a step away from transforming into a black innate spiritual root. Now that the innate spiritual roots of the three great guardian warriors had merged with Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root, it instantly helped Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root to cross the final step and transform successfully. Black innate spiritual root. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. His innate spiritual root had completely transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Ha 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 ha! Duan Lingtian was in a good mood when he saw his innate spiritual root had finally transformed into the highest grade, the black innate spiritual root. He could not help but laugh out loud. His laughter was unrestrained and carefree. I wonder how much faster my cultivation speed is now after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. While Duan Lingtian was trying to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, something happened. Before he could sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, another accident occurred. Boom, 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 boom. Before Duan Lingtian could absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his body, a series of deafening claps of thunder resonated from the clouds above his head. It sounded as though the thunder god was roaring. What happened? For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not continue to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy. Instead, he raised his head and looked at the horizon. When the spiritual qi of heaven and earth near Duan Lingtian dissipated, Duan Lingtian could clearly see. Above his head, the clouds in all directions moved. Dark clouds appeared one after another, and their colors became increasingly dark. Purple electric snakes could be vaguely seen moving within, giving people a hair-raising feeling. If one took a closer look, they would discover that the purple electric serpents were actually bolts of purple lightning that were coiling around the dark clouds that were becoming darker and darker in color. This is a heavenly tribulation. The scene before his eyes reminded Duan Lingtian of the heavenly tribulation he had overcome when he was still on the mortal continent. At that time, the heavenly tribulation he underwent was called the 6-9 heavenly tribulation. The 6-9 heavenly tribulation was the heavenly tribulation that every powerhouse at the peak of the nascent soul stage had to face after breaking through to the void stage. Once one entered the void stage, one would be able to fly. To a certain extent, it was considered heaven-defying. Therefore, the heavens would send the heavenly tribulation as punishment. In the mundane realm, there are 3 types of heavenly tribulation. The first type is the 6-9 heavenly tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. The second type is the 9-9 heavenly tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the void stage. As for the third type, it's the celestial ascension tribulation that one would have to face after breaking through to the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Don't tell me this is the heavenly tribulation that I've attracted after breaking through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form? After all, after breaking through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, the heaven-defying form, one's lifespan would be as long as heaven and earth. It's also heaven-defying." Duan Lingtian dismissed this thought as soon as it appeared in his mind. After all, it was impossible. If the 7th form of the saint celestial stage would attract the heavenly tribulation, it's impossible that I don't know about it. Not only did I not hear about it, but I didn't know about it as well. I didn't even know about it through shortcuts. However, if it's not because I've broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage, what is it? Chapter 2261. Boom, 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 boom. Duan Lingtian was still puzzled when a deafening clap of thunder resonated in the sky above him. Within Duan Lingtian's line of sight, dark clouds had already gathered high up in the sky. It gave off a feeling as though the dark clouds were pressing down on the city, and it was about to fall. It was as though the end of the world had arrived. Purple lightning bolts flashed in the dark clouds. Not only were there more and more of them, but they seemed to have become thicker as well. If the purple lightning bolts from before were like little purple snakes, they were now like little purple snakes. However, the purple lightning bolts now were like thick purple pythons. These purple pythons rolled around in the dark clouds. They would flash from time to time, and the purple light would shine so brightly that it was blinding. This heavenly tribulation seems to be quite powerful, although the heavenly tribulation had yet to take form. Duan Lingtian could clearly sense how terrifying it was. It was much more powerful than the 6 in 9 heavenly tribulation he had experienced in the past. If they were to compare, the difference would be like heaven and earth. It was like heaven and earth. If it's not because of my cultivation base at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage that attracted the heavenly tribulation, there's only one possibility. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian remembered the heavenly tribulation had appeared when he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy after his innate spiritual root had transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Perhaps this was not a coincidence. A black innate spiritual root can be considered as a heaven-defying innate spiritual root. It must be because my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root that the heavens sent the heavenly tribulation. The more Duan Lingtian thought about it, the more certain he became. At the same time, Duan Lingtian put away the super saint weapon, the devil seal tablet, that was still hovering in the air. He looked at the dark clouds in the sky that were still growing and the lightning bolts that looked like purple pythons. I wonder, how powerful is this heavenly tribulation? In the face of the impending heavenly tribulation, Duan Lingtian's expression couldn't help but turn solemn. After all, the power of the heavenly tribulation that was brewing in front of him was unknown. The unknown was also the scariest, as Duan Lingtian waited anxiously. The heavenly tribulation that came out of nowhere finally finished brewing. Of course, it was not that Duan Lingtian was looking for trouble and waiting for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. It was just that no matter where he went now, the tribulation clouds that were brewing the heavenly tribulation in the sky would follow him. He tried to run away, but he couldn't. Therefore, he could only wait patiently for the heavenly tribulation to take shape. After the heavenly tribulation was formed, the number of tribulation clouds in the sky did not continue to increase. However, the bolts of lightning that kept rolling around the tribulation clouds like purple pythons seemed to be getting more and more violent. Boom, 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 boom. At the same time, the sound of thunder that Duan Lingtian had never heard before became more frequent. In the end, the frequency of the thunder was almost comparable to the frequency of firecrackers. It's coming. After about 15 minutes, Duan Lingtian, who had his eyes fixed on the tribulation clouds in the sky, felt a jolt in his heart. At the same time, his eyes could not help but narrow. Almost as soon as the thought appeared in his mind, the heavenly tribulation that had been brewing for a long time finally opened its mouth and bared its fangs. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion resounded in the sky and reverberated between heaven and earth. It sounded like the roar of the thunder god. The earth seemed to tremble violently as if it had triggered an earthquake. Whoosh! Along with the explosion, a purple lightning bolt that was as thick as a child's body appeared. When the lightning bolt struck, it locked onto Duan Lingtian. The heavenly tribulation had officially arrived. Elementary devouring tactic. Golden crow's wings. Faced with the first tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian, naturally, did not sit there and wait for his death. He quickly cast a few techniques. After casting the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to raise his sun saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, in an attempt to dodge the tribulation lightning. Although the tribulation lightning did not give him a sense of danger, he was more than willing to dodge it if he could. As someone who had undergone the 6-9 heavenly tribulation before, Duan Lingtian naturally knew the tribulation lightning of the heavenly tribulation was more powerful than the previous one. If he could preserve his strength, he would be more than happy to deal with the tribulation lightning later on. In comparison, the consumption of Saint Origen by using his movement divine ability was not as much as attacking directly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Duan Ling Tian, who had activated his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, seemed to have transformed into a swift and agile bird as he constantly flew in the air to avoid the tribulation lightning that was surging toward him. However, that tribulation lightning seemed to have grown eyes. No matter where Duan Lingtian went, it would chase after him. It was as though it would not give up until it caught up to him. It seems like I can't dodge it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian realized it was impossible for him to avoid the tribulation lightning, so he decided to stop moving and dodging. After stopping, Duan Lingtian raised his hand as a sun Saint Origen surged and condensed. Finally, it transformed into a 3-foot-long sword ray. Sword-wielding technique. As soon as the 3-foot-long sword ray was formed, Duan Lingtian casually tossed it out. It left a sword mark in the air before it disappeared without a trace. Swoosh! The brief howl of the sword resounded out abruptly, and then a sword light tore through the sky and moved to greet the tribulation lightning that approached menacingly. Whoosh! 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 When the sword ray collided with the tribulation lightning, it did not make a loud noise. However, the sound of friction between the two forces was enough to hurt one's eardrums. There was no doubt the tribulation lightning was powerful. Although this was only the first tribulation lightning that Duan Lingtian was facing, it was not weak at all. It was not any weaker than the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage was nothing compared to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian merely formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with his sun Saint Origen and activated the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. The sword wielding the heart and easily destroyed the tribulation lightning. The sword beam pierced through the sky, piercing through the tribulation lightning from head to toe and destroying it. The first tribulation lightning was destroyed. Although Duan Lingtian managed to withstand the first tribulation lightning, he did not feel happy at all. Instead, his expression turned even grimmer. The first tribulation lightning is already so powerful. It's comparable to the full-force attack of a martial cultivator at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The second tribulation lightning is comparable to the attack of a martial cultivator at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. These are only the first 2 tribulation lightning. The subsequent tribulation lightning will only get stronger. Will I be able to withstand it in the end? When Duan Lingtian thought of this, not only did he have a solemn expression on his face, but even his eyes were filled with worry. Boom! 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 Thunder continued to rumble in the sky, reverberating between heaven and earth. The commotion was extremely great. Boom! Suddenly, another earth-shattering sound of thunder reverberated in the air. What followed was the second bolt of tribulation lightning. The second tribulation lightning was much thicker than the first tribulation lightning. The first tribulation lightning was as thick as a child's body. The second tribulation lightning was as thick as an adult woman's body. Whether it was in terms of strength or speed, it was much stronger than the first tribulation lightning. Sword-wielding technique. Duan Lingtian raised his hand and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray with a sun Saint Origen again. He used the same technique to attack the tribulation lightning. However, this time his attack was evenly matched with the tribulation lightning. It was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle. In the end, Duan Lingtian's sword ray was exhausted. However, the tribulation lightning seemed to have endless energy as it continued to charge toward Duan Lingtian. The tribulation lightning was ferocious, as though it could destroy everything in the world. The strength of the second tribulation lightning is comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary martial cultivator at the seventh form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more solemn. Although he had only used his Sun Saint origin to deal with the tribulation lightning, his current Sun Saint origin was comparable to the Saint origin of a powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, he was still unable to block the second tribulation lightning. It was only natural that he had not used his full strength. However, the might of the second bolt of lightning still managed to shock him to a certain extent. Furthermore, it was quite a shock. Whoosh! Faced with the ferocious tribulation lightning, Duan Lingtian raised his hand. The Sun Saint origin in his body surged out through his 99 saint veins and formed a 3-foot-long sword ray again. Swoosh! Although it was the same technique as before, it seemed as though he had the help of the gods when he swung his sword. Whether it was its speed or its strength, it had increased by more than one level. Duan Lingtian had used his full strength. The outcome was different from before. This sword ray successfully destroyed the second tribulation lightning. After the second tribulation lightning, the third tribulation lightning struck. Its strength was comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian took out his 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword and barely withstood the third tribulation lightning. The fourth tribulation lightning was even more powerful. It was comparable to the full force attack of a powerhouse at the peak of the eighth form of the Saint Celestial stage. This time, Duan Lingtian quickly moved to different locations. He used the elementary devouring tactic to raise his Sun Saint origin to its maximum before he was able to destroy the fourth tribulation lightning. Boom! Another thunderous sound reverberated in the air. The fifth tribulation lightning had arrived. This tribulation lightning is comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if I use all my techniques, I'm afraid I can only barely withstand it. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he sensed the strength of the fifth tribulation lightning. He had used all his techniques, but he could only barely withstand the tribulation lightning. Chapter 2262. After the demons from the land of exile entered the Debussyi subterranean, they would usually gather together and occupy an area as their own territory. In this territory, there were also places similar to gathering places. Take the Human Devil Saint City of the Human Devil Clan, for example. More than half of the Human Devil Clan's experts were gathered there. The strongest forces of the Human Devil Clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls, were all in the Human Devil Saint City. It was the same for the boar demons. The gathering place of the Pig Demon Clan was located in a vast valley. The 3 most powerful tribes of the Pig Demon Clan were located in 3 different directions of the valley. The 3 most powerful tribes in the Boar Demon Clan were the Black Boar Tribe, the Thunder Boar Tribe, and the Red Boar Tribe. The boar demons of the Black Boar Tribe had strong physical bodies and were skilled in hand-to-hand combat. The boar devils of the Thunder Boar Tribe were not Tao cultivators due to their physiques, but they were able to summon heavenly lightning to assist them in battle. The boar devils of the Red Boar Tribe knew how to go berserk. Once they went berserk, their blood would surge to the sky, and their bodies would turn red. The 3 strongest people in the Boar Devil Clan, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil Clan, were from these 3 tribes. They were also the leaders of these 3 tribes. Whoosh! 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 All of a sudden, 3 ear-piercing swishing noises burst out, breaking the silence of the Boar Demon Clan. It was the Black Boar Tribe, the Thunder Boar Tribe, and the Red Boar Tribe. Each of them had a figure breaking through the air. Their speed was so fast that it was like a ghost. They were heading toward the center of the Boar Devil Clan's gathering place. That was where the great altar of the Boar Devil Clan was located. Apart from the Human Devil Clan, all the major devil clans had their own beliefs. Their faith was basically based on their ancestors. Moreover, no matter where the devil race moved to, they would build a large altar and carve a statue of their ancestor on the altar as a form of worship. The great altar of the Boar Devil clan occupied a vast area. There was another altar at the center of the great altar. A tall and burly figure stood on the altar in a bow stance. He held a trident in one hand while his index and middle fingers pointed to the sky with the other hand. His eyes were cold as he stared at the sky. It was as though he was the ruler of the world with the trident in his hand. His head was a pig's head. Clearly, he was also a boar devil. He was the ancestor of the Boar Devil clan, the existence that the Boar Devil clan worshipped for generations. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, 3 more figures appeared in the sky above the great altar as 3 sonic booms approached from afar. The clans Boar Devil clans Black, was Black Boar of the Boar Devil clan of the Boar Black, was Boar Black Boar. Boar of the Boar Devil, Boar AR Boar. As the leader of the Black Boar tribe, his tan body was also filled with explosive muscles that seemed to contain endless power. The other figure had a medium build and fair skin. He also had the head of a pig and the body of a man. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there was a purple lightning mark on the Boar Devil's forehead. If one looked carefully and seriously, they would find that within this purple lightning mark, there were strands of purple light flickering. It was as if tiny bolts of purple lightning were moving rhythmically. The Boar Devil was the leader of the Boar Devil clan's Thunder Boar tribe. He was also one of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. It was worth mentioning that the chief of the Thunder Boar tribe was also holding a purple crutch. It was unknown what material the crutch was made of, but it was sparkling and translucent like a crystal. The last figure was fat, with a fat head and big ears, which made his eyes look very small. His skin was more normal compared to the 2 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. He looked like most Boar Devils. He was the leader of the Red Boar tribe, the last patriarch of the Boar Devil clan. Usually, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan would stay in their respective tribes. However, at this moment, all of them were gathered in one place. Furthermore, judging from their current expressions, they were exceptionally grave and ugly. What had happened for them to react in such a manner? All of you noticed as well. After the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan gathered, the leader of the Black Boar tribe was the first to speak. His voice was as loud as thunder. I have their soul pearls as well. As long as I'm not in closed-door cultivation, I'll be able to find out immediately if something happens to them. I'm sure all of you are in the same situation, the leader of the Boar Devil clan said. The chief of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a deep voice. The purple cane in his hand flashed with a purple light, and it became stronger and stronger. It seemed as though something was brewing. The former patriarch entrusted the 3 of them to us. Although he didn't allow us to interfere with their growth, he did ask us to take care of them. I didn't expect something would happen to them here instead of in the land of exile. The leader of the Red Boar tribe said coldly, I'd like to see who dares to kill the former patriarch's 3 grandsons. As soon as the leader of the Red Boar tribe finished speaking, he made his move again. When he raised his hand, the air shook as an invisible energy surged out. Along with the invisible energy, a pile of fragments appeared. Upon closer inspection, one would see the fragments of the soul orb. Moreover, based on the number of fragments, there was more than 1 soul orb. I'll help you, the leader of the Thunder Boar tribe said in a low voice as he shook his walking stick. A bolt of purple lightning shot out from his walking stick and entered the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor in the middle of the great altar. In just an instant, the purple light on the statue shone brightly before it converged in the statue's eyes and shot out 2 beams of purple light that looked like 2 lasers. Swoosh! Swoosh! When the two beams of purple light made contact with the soul orb fragments, it shone brightly again. In the next moment, clear images appeared in the void and were reflected in the eyes of the three patriarchs of the Boar Demon clan. The images kept changing in their eyes. The mirror images were the scenes of Duan Lingtian fighting the three great guardian warriors of the Boar Devil clan. The Boar Devil clan could also use the formation that had been passed down since ancient times. It was similar to the mirror image talisman in the human world. The formation was hidden in the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor. It's the human devil clan. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan narrowed their eyes when they saw Duan Lingtian. They were furious. How dare you? How dare you? The human devil clan dares to cause trouble in the territory of the Boar Devil clan? Damn it! Damn it! The human devil clan must give us an explanation for this. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were furious when they saw Duan Lingtian. Something's not right. He doesn't seem to be a match for the three patriarchs. Could it be that they were killed by the human devil clan's powerhouses after he lured them away? The scene of Duan Lingtian fleeing from the three great guardian warriors appeared in front of the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. The chief of the Black Boar tribe frowned when he saw this. The other two patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were skeptical about this as well. The situation had taken a turn for the worse. After Duan Lingtian raised his sun saint origin to the level of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with his assist-type divine ability, the three great guardian warriors were forced to defend themselves. Could it be that he was pretending to be weak from the beginning? Naturally, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were shocked when they saw this. He's not pretending to be weak. He's stalling for time to raise his strength. Look at his saint origin. It's constantly increasing from the beginning until the moment he counterattacked. He must have cast some assist-type divine ability to raise his saint origin. Based on his saint origin, it shouldn't be any weaker than the saint origin of powerhouses at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Soon after, the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan discovered this as they discussed among themselves. Naturally, they were shocked when they discovered this. There's actually such an assist-type divine ability in this world. It's not that there's such an assist-type divine ability in this world, but when did the human devil clan have such a powerhouse? Although he's relying on his assist-type divine ability, his strength is not inferior to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even so, it's impossible for him to kill the three of them. You have to know that even the three of us can't break through their defenses in a short period of time. That's right. With their defenses, they should be able to hold on until the effects of his assist-type divine ability wear off. While the three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were puzzled, the scene before them changed a few times. In the end, they finally found out the truth. How did the three grandchildren of the patriarch of the Boar Devil clan die in the hands of this human devil brat? The Devil Seal Tablet. The Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. How did the Devil Seal Tablet end up in the hands of a human devil brat? Even if he's from the Wandering Saint Palace and doesn't have the bloodline of the devil clans, he's still a devil cultivator. Just like the devil clans, devil cultivators can't use the Devil Seal Tablet. Did we make a mistake from the beginning? Perhaps he's not a human devil from the human devil clan, but a human from the Saint Province realm. Human? That's right. He must be a human. He must be a human. Chapter 2263. The three patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. Perhaps more than 90% of the demons thought that the Devil Seal Tombstone was a 10,000 inscriptions saint artifact inscribed by a human celestial grade saint inscription master tens of thousands of years ago. However, they were 100% certain. The Devil Seal tombstone was definitely not a super saint artifact inscribed by a human immortal grade saint inscription master. This was because during the end of the human devil era, the Devil Seal tablet had appeared in a domineering manner and killed many powerhouses from the devil clans and devil cultivators. The souls of the devils and devil cultivators with weaker cultivations were directly destroyed, while the souls of those with stronger cultivations were suppressed and sealed by the Devil Seal tombstone. Even among the demons, not many knew about this secret. However, this secret was passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan. It was passed down by the patriarch through word of mouth. That human celestial grade saint inscription master is merely a weakling who hasn't even broken through to the 7th form of the saint celestial stage. How can he inscribe a super saint weapon that can kill eminent celestials? Whenever the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan heard their clansmen talking about how the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was forged by a human celestial grade saint inscription master, they scoffed at their clansmen's words. However, this was a secret that had been passed down from generation to generation in the Boar Devil clan, so they did not dare to reveal it to anyone. Even if this matter was leaked, it wouldn't have any substantial impact on the Boar Demon clan. However, a secret was a secret. How could a secret passed down by their ancestors be leaked so easily? In a sense, the Devil Seal tablet can be considered as the first super saint weapon in the Saint Province realm. As for the 9-10,000 inscription saint weapons, they must have been created by that human, celestial grade saint inscription master. This was the conjecture of the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. However, what they didn't know was that even the other 9 super saint weapons were not created by the human celestial grade saint inscription master. As for the other 9 super saint weapons, the super saint sword, the 9-cloud sword, was created by the sword Saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. The reason the human celestial grade saint inscription master was able to inscribe the other 8 super saint weapons was because of the 9-cloud sword. The Devil Seal tablet can help a person enter the devil path and become a devil cultivator. However, it's impossible for a devil clansman or devil cultivator to control it, let alone use it against an enemy. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan knew a lot about the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Naturally, they did not think the purple-clad young man in the mirror image was a devil cultivator from the human devil clan who had entered the devil path through the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, because it was impossible. Based on what they knew, the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, had appeared many times before they invaded the Saint Province realm. In that case, there was only one possibility. The purple-clothed young man in the mirror image before him was a powerhouse among humans. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the mirror image disappeared after the 3 great guardian warriors from the Boar Devil clan were killed. Didn't they say that after the Tao martial saint land of the Saint Province realm was split into 2, there were no more powerhouses at the Saint Celestial stage in the lower province? How did such a variable appear? Moreover, he has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. The chief of the Black Boar tribe said with a grave expression on his face, "It's not just that. When the human devil clan's vanguard arrived, it seemed like they wanted to conquer the quasi-third-rate force, the Azure Cloud Mansion, in the Debussy subterranean. In the end, more than half of their people died, and many were injured. It said that the 2 people who attacked them were devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage." The chief of the Thunderboar tribe said, "Apart from the 2 powerhouses from the Azure Cloud Mansion, there's also a rumor that a mad sword devil appeared in the northern part of the Debussy subterranean. Moreover, several devil clans' powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were killed by him." The chief of the Red Boar tribe said, "It's said that the mad sword devil is a human devil cultivator. Moreover, the sword in his hand seems to be the famous super saint weapon, the Traceless sword, on the 10 great saint weapons ranking in the Saint Province realm. I've heard of the mad sword devil as well. It's said that he's not normal at all. When he's normal, he calls himself Su Li. When he's not normal, he'll kill without hesitation. The chief of the Thunderboar tribe said, "The mad sword devil, Su Li, is much stronger than the two devil cultivators at the Saint Celestial stage from the Azure Cloud Mansion. I think he's at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage." The chief of the Black Boar tribe said solemnly. Upon hearing this, the chiefs of the Red Boar tribe and the Thunder Boar tribe nodded in agreement. However, the most terrifying person is the purple-clad young man who appeared in the mirror image earlier. Perhaps he's not much stronger than the mad sword devil, Su Li, but he has the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. The chief of the Thunderboar tribe said solemnly, "The Devil Seal Tablet is the bane of our devil clans, let alone the 3 grandsons of the old patriarch. Even if the 3 of us join forces, we might not be able to kill the purple-clad young man." That's right, the chief of the Red Boar tribe sighed. "Originally, we should go and collect their corpses. However, we're afraid of the purple-clad young man who possesses the Devil Seal Tablet. That's why we don't dare to go over recklessly." Although the chief of the Black Boar tribe did not say anything, based on his grim expression, one could see he was also afraid of the purple-clad young man. However, the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were unaware that the Devil Seal Tablet was incomplete. Currently, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, was incomplete. It might not even be able to kill devils at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them. However, even if they knew, they wouldn't dare to take the risk. After all, the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, had killed many eminent celestials in the devil clans and devil cultivators during the human devil era. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian was completely unaware that the situation had changed. The 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan were aware of his existence and confirmed his identity as a human. It was to the extent that he was lucky enough to escape the calamity. After all, if the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan joined forces, even Duan Ling Tian would not be able to kill a devil powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage with the incomplete Devil Seal Tablet. It would be fine if he could kill them, but if he couldn't, the one who would die in the end would be him. This was because the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan had found out about the death of the 3 great guardian warriors the moment Duan Ling Tian killed them. They immediately gathered near the statue of the Boar Devil clan's ancestor at the great altar. For this reason, when they saw the mirror image of Duan Ling Tian killing the 3 great guardian warriors, they sighed in awe and fear. Duan Ling Tian had just withstood the 4th bolt of lightning from the heavenly tribulation. After the 4th bolt of lightning, the 5th bolt of lightning struck. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air as the 5th tribulation lightning struck. It locked onto Duan Ling Tian and charged toward him as though it was maggots that had attached itself to his bones. The strength of the 5th bolt of lightning was comparable to the full force attack of an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. For this reason, even Duan Ling Tian did not dare to be careless. He was even more cautious than when he was fighting the 3 great guardian warriors. Crack! 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 As the muscles on Duan Ling Tian's body bulged and were covered with a layer of dragon scales, his robe was torn apart, revealing his humanoid dragon body. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian had officially transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Ling Tian's physical strength was much stronger than before. Of course, even though it couldn't be compared to before, the improvement wasn't too exaggerated. At the very least, it was not exaggerated to the extent that Duan Ling Tian would be able to break through the defenses of the 3 great guardian warriors if he had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Previously, Duan Ling Tian had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and attacked with all his might. He had already determined that even if he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he would not be able to break through the defenses of the 3 great guardian warriors in a short time. For this reason, he did not transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Naturally, the most important reason was because he possessed the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. If he did not have the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, he might have transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior to test his theory. Since he had the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, there was no need for him to test his theory. Let's not talk about how powerful the last heavenly tribulation is. I'll just have to deal with the 5th heavenly tribulation first. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and cast aside all distracting thoughts before he made his move. In an instant, the pair of flaming wings on his back flapped violently. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Lingtian took a few steps back. At the same time, Duan Lingtian took out his 1,000 inscription saint sword and cast the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, using the 3rd stage of the sovereign heart sword, the sword wielding with the heart. Whoosh! 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 Apart from the saint origin, the divine ability and the sword-wielding technique, Duan Lingtian's powerful physical strength as a 9-clawed dragon warrior was also present. This was the strongest attack that Duan Lingtian could cast at this moment. Destroy! Chapter 2264. Destroy! Duan Lingtian's voice reverberated in the air like a thunderclap. It was deafening. Almost as soon as his voice left his mouth, the main body of the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword was like a bolt of lightning that swept across the sky. It charged toward the 5th tribulation lightning with an unstoppable force. Before this, the 5th tribulation lightning had already depleted a portion of its energy due to the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword's clone. Before the tribulation clouds in the sky could replenish its energy, Duan Lingtian activated the main body of the 1,000 inscription saint sword. As the sword ray shot out, it collided with the 5th tribulation lightning. Instantly, chi, 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 the sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian activated the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword with the imperial sword technique, and the 5th tribulation lightning began a fierce battle. Golden Crow's wings. During the battle, Duan Lingtian did not stay idle. With a swift movement, he charged toward the tribulation lightning. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian made his move again at lightning speed. He blocked the energy from the tribulation clouds that were about to reach the 5th tribulation lightning. At the same time, Duan Lingtian cast his strongest attack with the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that was controlled by the sword-wielding art and the 5th tribulation lightning. At this moment, the battle had reached its climax. Boom! 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 After the sound of friction between energy reverberated in the air, earth-shattering explosions reverberated in the air. It even drowned out the rumbling of thunder in the sky. After a series of earth-shattering explosions, a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. Some of the shockwaves collided with each other and even created mushroom clouds that could be seen clearly. Whoosh! 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 At the same time in the void, a strong wind swept in all directions, directly uprooting the flowers and trees in the huge valley. The scene looked very chaotic. The huge valley looked as if it had just been robbed. Finally, the gale lasted for about 5 to 6 breaths of time before calming down. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. In the end, he successfully withstood the 5th tribulation lightning. Boom! 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 Just as Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief, the sound of thunder continued to ring in his ears. It was as if it was reminding him that the heavenly tribulation was not over yet, and that the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning was about to descend. Immediately, Duan Lingtian shuddered and came back to his senses. His expression, which had just relaxed, tightened once more, as if he was facing a great enemy. If the fifth tribulation lightning is already so terrifying, then the sixth tribulation lightning will definitely be even more terrifying. How am I supposed to defend myself now? Looking at the tribulation clouds flashing in the sky, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness. Just as Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with bitterness and even a faint trace of despair, he, who had been watching the changes in the tribulation clouds in the sky, suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His pupils shrank, and the solemn look on his face disappeared, replaced by a look of shock. This was because, just as Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with despair, the tribulation clouds in the sky began to disperse gradually. The sound of thunder, which was still ringing in the sky, gradually became softer and softer. In the end, it completely disappeared. The scene in front of him made Duan Lingtian unable to come back to his senses for a long time. This was because everything in front of him had happened too suddenly. The heavenly tribulation actually ended just like that. The heavenly tribulation he faced today was only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. After about a dozen breaths, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. When he regained his senses, he could not help but heave a sigh of relief. Fear still lingered in his heart. What a false alarm! I didn't expect there to only be 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning. Otherwise, let alone the remaining bolts of tribulation lightning, even the 6th bolt of tribulation lightning would be enough to kill me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could only rejoice in his heart. Even if there were 6 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, he would definitely die. Fortunately, there were only 5 bolts of tribulation lightning in the tribulation clouds today, allowing him to pass through it successfully. If this heavenly tribulation is really caused by my innate spiritual root transforming into a black innate spiritual root, then the danger I have to face after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root is too terrifying, right? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he thought about this. Based on the heavenly tribulation earlier, if one's cultivation base hasn't broken through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one wouldn't be able to pass through it. Initially, I planned to help Kerr improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root after my innate spiritual root has transformed into a black innate spiritual root. However, it seems like I can't rush it now. Otherwise, I'll only put Kerr in danger. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized that there was no other choice. Even if he wanted to help his wife, Kerr, improve her innate spiritual root, he would have to wait until Kerr was strong enough to pass through the heavenly tribulation earlier. Otherwise, it would only put Kerr in danger. However, Si Ling also has a black innate spiritual root. Why didn't she attract the heavenly tribulation when she cultivated? It must be because she was born with a black innate spiritual root that she didn't attract the heavenly tribulation. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Now that I can sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy with the black innate spiritual root, I shouldn't attract the heavenly tribulation anymore, right? Duan Lingtian shook his head with a smile on his face as he tried to sense and absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy again. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings stirred and surged toward Duan Lingtian at an extremely fast speed before it merged with Duan Lingtian's body. After Duan Lingtian cast the cultivation method, the 9 dragons war sovereign technique, and guided the heaven and earth spirit energy to circulate in his body, the heaven and earth spirit energy became a part of his saint origin. How fast! Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes with an excited expression on his face. My current cultivation speed is more than 10 times faster than before. It's even faster than when I was in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. After testing out his current cultivation speed, Duan Lingtian's heart was filled with astonishment. After the initial shock, he was pleasantly surprised. With the help of his black innate spiritual root, his cultivation speed in the Debussy subterranean was much faster than when he was in the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land with the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. What did this mean? This meant his cultivation speed was on a completely different level from before. When I was still in the upper province, I was in the pseudo-realm left behind by the 3 eminent devils. With the help of the time flow in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda, I spent 3 years in the outside world to raise my cultivation base to the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. If I had my current innate talent back then, I'm afraid it would only take me about 2 years to raise my cultivation speed in the lower province. After all, the cultivation environment in the Debussy subterranean was far inferior to the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, based on Duan Lingtian's innate talent, he was confident he would be able to catch up to the time he spent in the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda and 3 years of hard work in the outside world in just 2 years. In other words, currently, Duan Lingtian's cultivation speed in the lower province was much faster than when he was in the upper province with the help of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. No wonder I attracted the heavenly tribulation. The black innate spiritual root is really heaven-defying. Duan Lingtian could not help but gasp when he thought of this. With my current innate talent, I should be able to break through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year if I cultivate in the human devil saint city. I should be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within 3 years. Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. His confidence stemmed from the fact that he possessed the black innate spiritual root, the limit of the innate spiritual root. This is the human devil saint city in the lower province. If I cultivate in the upper province, I'm confident I'll be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the cultivation environment there. Duan Lingtian was filled with excitement when he thought of this. When he had just broken through to the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was confident he would be able to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage within a year with the help of the black innate spiritual root. What did this mean? With Si Ling's innate talent, even if her innate spiritual root doesn't shine brightly in the beginning, her cultivation speed will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Even in the end, her cultivation speed won't slow down due to the increase in her cultivation base. Even if there are many bottlenecks along the way, I'm sure she'll be able to break through the bottlenecks easily. As for the extra time it takes, it's nothing compared to the time it takes for ordinary people to break through. Duan Lingtian could not help but look forward to his daughter's improvement in her cultivation base. After all, his daughter was a monstrous genius who was born with a black innate spiritual root. It's time for me to return to the wandering Saint Palace in the human devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the Boar Devil clan's territory where the 3 great guardian warriors cultivated. However, he was unaware that he had already left the human devil saint city. His identity as a human had been exposed to the 3 patriarchs of the Boar Devil clan. It would not take long. Chapter 2265. After Duan Lingtian left the Boar Devil clan's territory and returned to the human devil clan's territory, he made his way to the human devil saint city. Boom, 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 boom. A series of earth-shattering noises could be heard coming from a barren mountain in the northwestern part of the Debussy subterranean. Along with the loud noise, there was also a vast amount of energy that shook the barren mountain. Dust and sand filled the air, obstructing one's vision. If one looked up, they would be able to see. High up in the sky, there were 4 figures fighting. Among the 4 figures, 3 of them were very short and small. They looked like 3 human children, about 8 or 9 years old. 2 of the children were girls, and 1 was a boy. The 2 little girls looked like they were carved from jade and were very cute. One was dressed in white, and the other was dressed in gold. The remaining little boy had a cold expression on his face, but he was dressed in black, which matched his temperament very well. At this moment, the 3 children were fighting with a humongous figure. This was a gigantic creature with a sturdy and tall body. It stood there like a small mountain. In front of it, the 3 children appeared very small, like ants. The humongous figure had a human-like body, but its head was that of a huge ox. It was a member of the Ox Devil clan from the land of exile. It was a bona fide ox devil. If we don't revert to our true forms, it'll be difficult for us to kill him. The white-clad little girl was like a little fairy as she spoke to the gold-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy through voice transmission. Her voice was soft and pleasant. Based on her words, one could tell she was not a human. Whether it was her, the gold-clad little girl, or the black-clad little boy, none of them were human. Let's try again. If we really can't do it, we'll revert to our true forms and kill him. The gold-clad little girl said through voice transmission. Unlike the fairy-like, white-clothed little girl, the golden-clothed little girl's personality was a little jumpy, and the moment she opened her mouth, she said, "Fuck!" As for the little boy in black, he did not utter a word. However, his eyes turned increasingly cold as he looked at Neo-Mo, 3 soft and tender little things. "Today, your grandpa, 'cause I'm going to eat you." Bull Demon said with a sinister smile as he stared at the 3 children in front of him like an eagle catching chicks in its claws. "Humph. If you want to eat us, we'll have to see if you have the ability." The little girl in gold snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "Good, good, good, very good. Since you want to see Grandpa Nyo's abilities so much, Grandpa Nyo will let you have a good look." The bull demon was enraged by the little girl's provocation. With a loud roar, the Saint Chi in his body soared, and his demon Chi soared into the sky, as if it could break through the heavens. Even the little girl's expression turned grim when she saw how enraged the bull demon was, and how he was unleashing all of his power without holding back. The white-clothed little girl was the same. The black-clad little boy was the only one who did not seem to be affected by the bull devil's outburst. His expression was still as cold as before. Boom! Just as the bull demon's huge body trembled and a deafening explosion sounded in the air, he was about to attack the 3 children. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, a sinister and cold aura swept across the area in just a blink of an eye. Not only did the 3 children's expressions change, but even the bull demon's body stiffened. Although the sinister and cold aura was not targeted at them, it still sent chills down their spines. For a moment, whether it was the 3 children or the enormous ox demon, they all tacitly stopped their confrontation and looked towards the source of the wind sound. When they looked in the direction of the sound, a figure appeared in front of them. It was a young man dressed in blood-red robes. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his messy hair was draped over his shoulders and back. He was holding a simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in his hand. The most eye-catching thing about him was his eyes that seemed to be glowing with blood. It sent chills down the spines of those who looked at him. His robes seemed to be stained with blood. The little girl in gold gulped as she muttered to herself. Her voice was filled with dread. "What do you think?" At the same time, the little girl in gold asked her 2 companions. However, both of them ignored her. Little White. She could understand if the little boy in black ignored her. However, the little girl in white ignored her. She could not help but look at the little girl in white with a confused expression on her face. When she looked at the little girl in white, she saw the little girl in white staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. She glanced at the little boy in black and discovered he was also staring at the young man in blood-red robes in a daze. Furthermore, the meaning behind their gazes was almost the same. There was doubt, hesitation, and disbelief in their eyes. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, the golden-clothed little girl was stunned. Don't tell me you know him. Su Li. Almost as soon as the golden-clothed little girl finished speaking, two exclamations sounded in unison. The little girl in white and the little boy in black, who were staring at the young man in blood-red robes, spoke. Su Li? This name sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it somewhere before. The little girl in gold frowned and muttered to herself in confusion when she heard her companion's cries. Su Li! Su Li! When the young man in the blood-stained robe heard someone calling out Su Li's name, he immediately looked at the white-clad little girl and the black-clad little boy. The bloody light in his eyes dimmed slightly. My name is Su Li, the young man in blood-red robes asked before he muttered to himself. I think my name is Su Li. He's Su Li, Brother Ling Tian's friend from the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy. But how did he become like this? The little girl in white stared at the young man in blood-red robes in disbelief. Her eyes were filled with confusion. Although the young man in blood-red robes had lost some of his childishness, his overall appearance did not change much. Therefore, she recognized him with just a glance. He seems to be delirious, the little boy in black said with a solemn expression. The little girl in white and the little boy in black were the two little pythons by Duan Lingtian's side, Little White and Little Black. Back then, when Duan Lingtian entered the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy, they had hidden in Duan Lingtian's sleeve. Therefore, they knew very well who Duan Lingtian was with. Su Li was a friend that Duan Lingtian had made at that time. Whether it was Little White or Little Black, both of them had a deep impression of Su Li. Therefore, they recognized him immediately. Su Li, Brother Ling Tian's friend? At this moment, the little girl in gold regained her senses when she heard Little White and Little Black's words. She looked at the young man in blood-red robes nearby and muttered, "It can't be. He's Brother Ling Tian's friend, Su Li? Why is he here? Moreover, he seems to be much stronger than us." A shocked expression appeared on the little girl's face when she reached the end of her sentence. The little girl in gold was none other than the jade-eyed heavenly mouse, Little Gold, who had followed Duan Lingtian for a long time. She, Little Black, and Little White were originally brought to the Upper Province by Han Shuanai to be with the people from the Seven Absolute sect. However, they were sent back to the Debussy subterranean by Yu Wuing, the successor of the Dark Shadow progeny, the fourth absolute of the Seven Absolute sect, by the oracle man Su Li. At the same time, horror dawned on the bull demon who was nearby when he heard the name. He looked at Su Li in horror. You're the mad sword demon, Su Li? Ox Demon glanced at the simple and unadorned 3-foot-long sword in Su Li's hand, and his expression abruptly changed. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were wondering why the bull demon reacted like a mouse when he heard Su Li's name. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The bull demon's saint origin surged again, and his devil chi soared into the sky. However, his next action stunned Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air. The bull demon had unleashed all his energy and fled into the distance. He was in a wretched state. He looked even more wretched than a mouse when it saw a cat. Almost at the same time that the ox demon fled, the blood-red light in Su Li's eyes, which had dimmed a little, suddenly surged once more. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and Su Li disappeared from his spot. In the next moment, Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black saw Su Li disappear from their sight. When Su Li disappeared, he reappeared in the path of the bull devil as if he had teleported. He's so powerful! Naturally, they knew Su Li did not really know how to teleport. It was just that his speed was so fast that they could not capture his movements with their naked eyes. This was enough to prove that Su Li was not weak at all. Su Li's strength was far above theirs. What fortuitous encounter did Su Li have? His current strength. How can he be so strong? At this moment, Little Black could no longer maintain his cool composure. His face was filled with shock. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling rang in the air. Under Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black's gazes, the bull demon was cut into two by Su Li's sword. It died in just a blink of an eye. Immediately, the three of them could not help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, Su Li vanished from his spot again. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. He was glaring at them fiercely. Chapter 2266. At this moment, Su Li's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Xiao He, Xiao Bai, and Xiao Jin. Vast and majestic Saint Origin was on the verge of bursting out of his body. Devil Chi soared into the sky as though it had transformed into a gigantic sword that enveloped his entire body. It emitted waves of cold and sharp aura. In an instant, Xiao He and the other two regained their senses, and their expressions changed drastically. At this moment, they naturally realized the danger that was close at hand. Hey, Su Li, your brother Ling Tian's friend. You can't kill us. Feeling the rising killing intent on Su Li's body and realizing that Su Li could kill them at any time, Xiao Jin immediately spoke to Su Li in a panic. It was as though she was afraid that Su Li would kill them because he did not know about their relationship with Duan Ling Tian. Brother Ling Tian? Ling Tian? When Su Li heard Xiao Jin's words, the killing intent on his body paused again as he muttered in a low voice. At the same time, the bloody light in his eyes dimmed a little. It was as though the two words Ling Tian had some special and magical power. However, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes only dimmed for a moment before it surged again. The killing intent on his body that had slowed down rose again, and it was even stronger than before. Su Li, our brother Ling Tian is called Duan Ling Tian. He's your friend. Could it be that you've forgotten about him? Back then, in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, in Paladin Academy, all of you were good friends. Have you forgotten all of this? Xiao Bai hurriedly added, when she saw Su Li seemed to have lost his mind again. Based on the situation earlier, she could tell that Su Li still remembered Su Li. She could tell that Su Li still remembered her brother Ling Tian. Of course, although she could tell, she was still slightly perturbed in her heart. She was deeply afraid that Su Li would really kill them. If Su Li really wanted to kill them, even if the three of them transformed into their true forms, it would still be difficult for them to escape death. Now, she only hoped that Su Li would be able to think of her big brother Ling Tian in time, and for the sake of her big brother Ling Tian, he wouldn't kill them. Otherwise, they would be doomed today. At this moment, whether it was Little White, Little Gold, or Little Black, they all saw that there was something wrong with Su Li. At the very least, when the bloody light in his eyes surged, he had completely lost his mind. Su Li, whose eyes were brimming with blood-red light, did not seem like a human to the three of them. He seemed more like a devil. Moreover, it was the kind of devil that had gone mad and lost his mind. Hearing what Little White said to Su Li, both Little Gold and Little Black looked at Su Li with serious expressions. At this time, they could only pray in their hearts. Hopefully, Su Li would remember their big brother Ling Tian. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would really die here today. At this moment, they were somewhat regretful. If they had known Su Li would suddenly attack them, they would not have played with the bull devil earlier. Although they did not dare to say they could kill the bull devil in their true forms, it was still easy for them to escape unscathed from the bull devil. This time, they had completely lost their minds. If they were lucky enough to survive today, they would not dare to play with the bull devil again, even if they were beaten to death. Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Duan Ling Tian, Crimson Sky Kingdom, Paladin Academy. Upon hearing Little White's words, the bloody light in Su Li's eyes that had just surged dimmed again. Moreover, The speed at which it dimmed this time was very fast. After a while, it had almost completely disappeared. As it turned out, Little White's words were effective. After the bloody light in his eyes faded, Sully shook his slightly dizzy head and looked at the three little fellows in front of him. All of you, you know Duan Lingtian? You even know about the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Paladin Academy? At this moment, Sully had regained his senses. However, he did not recognize Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black. He's our big brother Ling Tian. Of course, we know him. Little Gold said matter-of-factly. I even heard him talk about you. All of you seem to have met each other in the Genius Camp of the Crimson Sky Kingdom, right? Genius Camp. Upon hearing Little Gold's words, Sully's body trembled slightly. It was as though he had returned to his youth many years ago. The first time he met Duan Lingtian was in the Iron Blood Army's camp in the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood City. At that time, all of them had participated in the Iron Blood Army's Genius Camp's assessment. At that time, the scene of Duan Lingtian making a move was still vivid in Sully's mind. The purple-clad young man's body was as agile as a snake. He swung his arm like a python swinging its tail and easily sent his opponent flying. He had passed the assessment. Just as Little White was about to say something to Sully, she was interrupted by Sully. No. Sully's body trembled violently. His eyes that had returned to normal shone with a crimson light again. He roared with a ferocious expression on his face. He clenched his teeth as though he was resisting something. Oh no. When Little White and the other two saw the crimson light in Sully's eyes, horror dawned on their faces. I won't let you have your way again. When the crimson light in Sully's eyes flickered, he roared again. The Saint Origin in his body surged out like a raging dragon. The devil chi skyrocketed. It made Sully look like a peerless devil god. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. When Little White and the other two were horrified, Sully raised his hand. The Super Saint weapon, the Traceless Sword, in his hand had already transformed into a sword ray that circled around his body. Its speed was getting faster and faster. Sword come. As Sully roared again, sword shadows appeared around his body. In the end, they transformed into hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around his body without any pattern. Each of these sword rays exuded a sharp and terrifying aura. Moreover, they were intertwined with cold devil chi. At the same time, the crimson light in Sully's eyes skyrocketed again. Even if I, Sully, die, I won't let you hurt Duan Lingtian's friends. Suddenly, Sully roared again. Then he controlled the hundreds and thousands of sword rays around his body and charged toward Sully. At this moment, he only had one thought in his mind. He could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. In this world, there were not many people that Sully cared about. His master was one, and Duan Lingtian was another. He had already killed his master by mistake. However, he could not kill Duan Lingtian's friends by mistake. Otherwise, he would be too ashamed to face Duan Lingtian in his life. They wanted him to kill Duan Lingtian's friend. He would rather die. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Almost at the same time when Sully roared, the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that hovered around him seemed to have received an order that could not be disobeyed. They turned into a rain of swords and shot toward Sully. After Sully gave the order to the sword rays around him to kill him, the bloody light in his eyes rose again. Humph! In an instant, Sully's aura changed. It was as though he had become a different person. At the same time, the Saint Origin that was intertwined with devil chi on his body soared. He hastily cast a defensive technique in an attempt to block the hundreds and thousands of sword rays that shot toward him. Unfortunately, because he was in too much of a hurry, his defense was also very weak. Although he managed to block a portion of the sword rays, a portion of the sword rays still penetrated his body after their strength was weakened. leaving bloody holes on his body. Nothing could surpass this. Ah! This scene caused Little White's expression to change drastically. She could not help but exclaim in shock. At the same time that she cried out in alarm, sparkling and translucent tears appeared in her eyes. Naturally, she could see Su Li's intention for doing this. For this reason, she was so moved that tears filled her eyes. Su Li! As for Little Gold and Little Black, they only realized Su Li's intention when Su Li injured himself to the point where he was riddled with holes. Their eyes turned red at once. Perhaps the pain on his body had stimulated Su Li, causing the bloody light in his eyes to dim a little. At this moment, Su Li seemed to have regained some of his rationality. Go! As blood flowed out of his body, Su Li looked at Little White and the other two with a pained expression on his face. It was as though he was using the last of his strength to ask them to leave. The moment his words left his mouth, the bloody light in his eyes soared again. His aura had changed again. The current Su Li seemed to have transformed into a different person. He no longer gave up on himself. He immediately cast a technique to stop the blood from gushing out of the wounds on his body. However, it was difficult for the wounds to heal immediately. Apart from that, the aura on his body was extremely weak. It was as though anyone could kill him at this moment. The heavily injured, Su Li glanced at Little White and the other two with bloody eyes. In the end, he seemed to have realized that he might not be able to kill the three of them if he made a move now. However, due to his heavy injuries, his speed was not fast. No, I'm afraid even a devil would be able to kill him. Little White muttered to herself worriedly. Then, she looked at her two companions with a questioning look in her eyes. It was as though she was asking for their opinion on something. He'd rather die than hurt us. How can we watch him die in the hands of a devil? That's not my style. Little Gold said in a serious tone, "Let's go." As for Xiao, he coolly spat out a single word before following Su Li. The current Su Li could be easily killed even if any one of the three of them were to make a move. The three of them had come to an agreement. They would follow Su Li and protect him. When Su Li's strength had recovered to the point where it was comparable to the three of them in their true forms, they would consider leaving him. Chapter 2267. Little Gold, Little White, and Little Black were chasing after Su Li, who was heavily injured and possessed by the devil. After Duanling Tian returned to the human devil saint city, he returned to an inn owned by the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls. As soon as Duanling Tian arrived at the entrance of the guest room, he saw a beautiful figure standing in the middle of the courtyard. The beautiful figure was alone. She was looking at him expectantly as though she was waiting for something. When she saw him appear, the beautiful eyes of the owner of the beautiful figure revealed a trace of excitement. "Brother Tian." As soon as Duanling Tian entered the room, the beautiful figure leaped into his arms like a gust of wind and hugged him tightly. It was as though she was afraid of losing him. "Kerr, I'm back." Duanling Tian extended his hand and tightly hugged the beauty in his embrace before lightly patting her back as he spoke in a gentle voice. At this moment, he could feel the beauty in his arms longing for him. "Brother Tian, I don't want to be separated from you anymore." After being affectionate for a while, Ke'er raised her head and looked at Duanling Tian as she spoke. Kerr's beautiful face was covered in tears. It was obvious she had just cried. "Kerr, why are you crying?" Duanling Tian's heart ached when he saw the tear stains on Kerr's face. He hugged her again and did not let go for a long time. "Don't worry, I won't leave you again." Cough, cough! Just when the two of them seemed to have forgotten about the time, a few coughs sounded. It was Gan Ruyen who had walked out of her room. She did not know if she should pretend she did not see anything or return to her room. In the end, she gave both of them an appropriate reminder. Ke'er immediately left Duanling Tian's embrace, like a bird startled by the twang of a bough. Her beautiful face was flushed red. At the same time, she turned around and greeted Ganru Yen, sister. Duan Lingtian's gaze also fell on Ganru Yen, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. Now, the feeling that Ganru Yen gave him was completely different from before. In that case, there was only one possibility. You broke through? Duan Lingtian asked in surprise. Yes. Ganru Yen nodded her head in satisfaction when she saw Duan Lingtian's shocked expression. The cultivation speed of a violet innate spiritual root is indeed extraordinary. Although the cultivation environment here is not as good as the upper province, with my current innate talent, my cultivation speed is much faster than when I was in the upper province. Previously, when Ganru Yen had arrived in the lower province, she felt a little disappointed. She wondered when she would be able to return to the upper province. After all, the cultivation environment in the lower province was too bad. It would be a waste of her life to cultivate here. She did not expect she would have such a fortuitous encounter in the lower province. Your innate spiritual root is not an ordinary violet innate spiritual root. It's a dark violet innate spiritual root. With such a dark violet innate spiritual root, it would be strange if your cultivation speed in the lower province is slower than when you only had an indigo innate spiritual root in the upper province. Duan Lingtian was not surprised when he heard Ganru Yan's words. This is because you're still in the lower province. If you're in the upper province now with your current innate talent, your cultivation speed will be much faster under the Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian added. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ganru Yan's eyes lit up immediately. A hint of anticipation could be seen on her face. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what Ganru Yan was looking forward to. However, he mercilessly dampened her enthusiasm. If the Devil clans don't have a powerhouse who's skilled in formations to set up a new inter-province transportation formation, it'll be difficult for us to return to the upper province. As expected, the anticipation on Ganru Yan's face disappeared when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. It was replaced by disappointment. However, you don't have to worry. Currently, the Devil clans have almost gained a foothold in the lower province. It won't take long before they can no longer hold themselves back and set up a new inter-province transportation formation. At that time, we'll be able to return to the lower province. While Ganru Yen was feeling disappointed, Duan Lingtian's words reignited the fire of hope in her. Ganru Yen glared at Duan Lingtian angrily. She suspected Duan Lingtian was deliberately teasing her. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was teasing her as well. Ganru Yen had interrupted his intimate moment with Kerr. This made him feel extremely displeased. Sister, it's good that you're out of closed-door cultivation. When Si Ling wakes up, we'll be able to follow Brother Tian to the wandering Saint Palace. Kerr could see the conflict between her man and her sister, so she tried to change the topic to ease the awkward atmosphere. Wandering Saint Palace. As expected, Ganru Yan's attention was diverted when she heard Kerr's words. Yes, I plan to go to the Wandering Saint Palace and become a vice palace master. If there's a chance in the future, I plan to replace the current palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace and become the new palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed as he spoke of his lofty ambition. Ganru Yen did not doubt Duan Lingtian's strength at all. After all, when they were still in the upper province, Duan Lingtian had defeated Hao Shuang, the strongest person below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. With his strength, it would not be difficult for him to become a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. You plan to take control of the Wandering Saint Palace? When the Devil clans invade the upper province in the future, you'll bring the Wandering Saint Palace with you to deal a heavy blow to the Devil clans. Ganru Yen could vaguely guess Duan Lingtian's intention when she heard he planned to take over the Wandering Saint Palace. She could not help but gasp inwardly. The Wandering Saint Palace was one of the strongest forces in the human Devil clan. If Duan Lingtian could take control of the Wandering Saint Palace, he would be able to deal a heavy blow to the devil clans. Although it might affect the devil clans, it would definitely be an unprecedented blow to the human devil clan. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. With your current strength, it won't be difficult for you to become a vice palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace. However, I heard that the palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. After Gan Ruyen finished speaking, she added, I suggest you improve your innate spiritual root to its limit before you go to the Wandering Saint Palace. In other words, your innate spiritual root should be black. That way, even in the lower province, your cultivation base will improve tremendously. You'll be able to defeat or even kill the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace and take over his position as the palace master. Ganru Yen suggested, My innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently, What? Ganru Yen was shocked when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Kerr, on the other hand, was not surprised. She knew the purpose of her man's trip. Since he had returned, he must have achieved his goal. Why your innate spiritual root has already transformed into a black innate spiritual root? Gan Ruyen looked at Duan Lingtian with a shocked expression on her face. Yes, Duan Lingtian nodded. I was just one step away from the black innate spiritual root. My trip this time allowed it to take the last step and help it complete its final upgrade and transform into a black innate spiritual root. After receiving Duan Lingtian's confirmation, Gan Ruyen was stunned for a moment before she regained her senses. Kerr! At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He immediately looked at Kerr and said, There's something I forgot to tell you. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you transform your innate spiritual root into a black innate spiritual root in such a short time. Kerr nodded when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She did not question his words at all. In her opinion, Duan Lingtian was not worried at all. Everything that her man did to her must have been for her own good. She trusted everything that her man did unconditionally. Why? Although Kerr trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally, it did not mean Gan Ruyen felt the same way. She could not help but frown when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian was delighted by Kerr's trust. However, his mood was ruined when he heard Gan Ruyen's question. Nothing. Since his mood was ruined by Gan Ruyen, Duan Lingtian, naturally, could not be bothered with her. What kind of attitude is that? Gan Ruyen was furious when she saw Duan Lingtian deliberately ignoring her. She immediately looked at Kerr and said, Kerr, take a good look at your man. What kind of attitude is that? Sister, I believe Brother Tian has his reasons for doing this. You don't have to ask any more. Kerr smiled faintly as she looked at Gan Ruyen. You've really been poisoned by him. Although Gan Ruyen was angered by Kerr, she felt helpless at the same time. Although this was her biological sister and also her twin sister, she knew that as an elder sister, she was definitely far inferior to the man in front of her. Naturally, this did not mean Kerr did not care about her sister. The most important thing was comparison. If there was no comparison, there would be no harm. If there was any danger, one of them would have to bear the brunt of it. She believed that her younger sister would definitely shoulder the responsibility by herself and wouldn't let her elder sister be in danger. Her sister was too kind. She cared a lot about her sister. Naturally, her sister cared the most about the man in front of her. Father, you're back? Duan Si-Ling opened the door and walked out of the room. She was so excited that she seemed to have transformed into a gust of wind as she rushed toward Duan Lingtian and threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms. When Duan Lingtian carried her, she looked at Gan Ruyen and asked, Aunt, you're out of closed-door cultivation as well. Ganru Yen could not help but feel slightly disappointed when she saw her niece seem to care more about the man in front of her. Chapter 2268. Although Ganru Yen was born in a clan, she did not have much contact with her clan. Ever since she was born, she had followed her younger sister into Zoroastrianism. At that time, her younger sister had become the saint girl of Zoroastrianism. As for her, she was taken in by her master as well. For so many years, apart from her master, her world was filled with cultivation. She did not interact with the other disciples of Zoroastrianism at all. It was only when she found her younger sister in the Debussyi subterranean that she felt that blood was thicker than water. Eventually, her younger sister's child was born. As for this child, she loved the house and its crow. She completely treated this child as her own daughter and invested her feelings without reservation. Xiling, although Ganru Yen knew that blood was thicker than water between Duan Lingtian and Duan Xiling, she could not help but feel a sense of loss. This feeling was as if someone who needed her very much suddenly didn't need her anymore. Xiling, play with your aunt first. I have something to discuss with your father. At this moment, Kerr said as she looked at Duan Xiling. Duan Xiling reluctantly left Duan Lingtian's embrace. Her big, watery eyes were filled with reluctance as she watched her mother bring her father back to their room. However, a child's world was simple. When Duan Xiling saw her parents had left her sight, she shifted her attention to Ganru Yen. Kerr, what's the matter? Duan Lingtian asked Kerr curiously after they entered the room. Brother Tian, I'm fine. Kerr shook her head. Then she smiled bitterly and sighed. I saw that my sister was a little disappointed, so I wanted Xiling to accompany her alone. Ever since Xiling was born, she has been very good to Xiling. She treats Xiling like her own daughter. I can tell. She cares about Xiling more than she cares about herself. Just now, when Xiling came out, she threw herself into your arms. I could tell that she was very disappointed. As a woman, Kerr was very meticulous in certain aspects. This was something that Duan Lingtian could not compare to. I see. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian. Then he said remorsefully, I didn't know she was so nice to Xiling. If I had known, I wouldn't have bullied her. Because Ganru Yen had taken Kerr away from him, he had always been prejudiced against Ganru Yen. Now that he knew that Ganru Yen treated his daughter so well, the prejudice he had against Ganru Yen disappeared and was replaced by self-reproach. As a man, he felt that it was ungentlemanly of him to treat a weak woman in such a manner. Brother Tian, my sister is really nice. Back then, she brought me away because she was worried that I would be found by other people from Zoroastrianism. She didn't have any ill intentions. If she had any ill intentions, she would have sent me to the enforcement hall after bringing me back to Zoroastrianism. Kerr said. I know. Duan Lingtian nodded. Don't worry. I won't be prejudiced against her in the future. Okay. Kerr nodded with a smile. It was obvious she was in a good mood. After all, they were the family she cared about the most. She did not wish for there to be a rift between them. Duan Lingtian and Kerr stayed in the room for a while before they left. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about Duan Lingtian's existence. She was playing with Ganru Yen. Her delicate face was beaming with joy. A child's world was so simple. After Duan Lingtian came out of the room, he walked toward Ganru Yen. When he saw Ganru Yen looking at him with disdain, he could not help but feel awkward. Although he felt awkward, he still explained to Ganru Yen, Earlier, I said I won't help Kerr improve her innate spiritual root to a black innate spiritual root for the time being, because it's dangerous to improve her innate spiritual root without careful consideration. Previously, after my innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root, Duan Lingtian told Ganru Yen about the heavenly tribulation he had encountered earlier. His expression was solemn as he explained how powerful the heavenly tribulation was. In order to pass the heavenly tribulation, one must possess strength at the ninth form of the saint celestial stage. Needless to say, Ganru Yen was shocked by Duan Lingtian's words. Ganru Yen did not even think about why Duan Lingtian's temperament had changed so drastically. Currently, her attention was completely focused on the heavenly tribulation that came after her innate spiritual root became a black innate spiritual root. Only those at the ninth form of the saint celestial stage can pass the heavenly tribulation. Ganru Yen could not calm down for a long time. After she had calmed down, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in confusion, "Why, you're already at the ninth form of the saint celestial stage." "My current strength is only comparable to those who have just broken through to the ninth form of the saint celestial stage," Duan Lingtian replied. Even so, Ganru Yen was still shocked. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated expression on her face. Previously, when she brought her sister away from the Debussy subterranean, Duan Lingtian was as weak as an ant in her eyes. But now, he had already left her far behind. "Let's go to the Wandering Saint Palace." Duan Lingtian bade farewell to the three women before he led them away from the inn and made his way to the Wandering Saint Palace. As one of the strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the Wandering Saint Palace had a huge estate in the Human Devil Saint City. From a bird's eye view, it resembled the Imperial Palace on the mortal continent. However, the Wandering Saint Palace's estate was much bigger than the Imperial Palaces on the mortal continent. Even the Darkhan Dynasty's Imperial Palace that Duan Lingtian had visited was not as big as the Wandering Saint Palace. The Wandering Saint Palace's estate was located northeast of the Human Devil Saint City. It was a secluded area, so not many human devils would come here. They could only see a few disciples patrolling around the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. This is the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Trespassers are prohibited. When Duan Lingtian and the others approached the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, a stern voice rang from afar. A few moments later, 3 figures flew over from afar and blocked Duan Lingtian and the others' path. The person who spoke was the leader of the 3. He was a middle-aged man with an expressionless face, as if he had facial paralysis. He did not even bat an eyelid when he saw the beautiful twins in Duan Lingtian's group. On the other hand, the 2 young men behind him were completely captivated by Kerr and Ganru Yan's beauty. After staring at the twins for a while, they finally looked at Duan Lingtian with a hint of jealousy in their eyes. "I'm here to join the Wandering Saint Palace," Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly. The middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He asked mechanically, "You need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Do you have a referral?" "A referral?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback when he heard the middle-aged man's words. Did he need a referral to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Didn't they say that those with pure human bloodline can join the Wandering Saint Palace? Duan Lingtian asked. "Humph." One of the young men behind the middle-aged man scoffed. Perhaps he was displeased that Duan Lingtian had 2 beautiful women by his side. The Wandering Saint Palace is open to the public once a year to accept those with pure human bloodline. The last time it was open was 3 months ago. If you want to join the Wandering Saint Palace now, you'll have to wait another 9 months or get a referral from someone from the Wandering Saint Palace. The young man said. As soon as the young man finished speaking, he sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. "If you're willing to let the 2 beauties by your side accompany me for a night, I'll consider recommending you to join the Wandering Saint Palace." The young man's voice was filled with frivolity when he spoke through voice transmission. In his eyes, there was an undisguised fire of lust and lust. "You're seeking death," Duan Lingtian said coldly. His eyes narrowed as soon as the young man's words entered Duan Lingtian's ears. Instantly, an extremely icy cold aura stretched out from Duan Lingtian's body. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, his sun saint origin surged out of his body through his 99 saint veins at lightning speed toward the young man at an exaggerated speed. Swoosh! Suddenly, the middle-aged man in the lead was no longer expressionless, and his expression changed greatly. Stop! As soon as the middle-aged man shouted, Duan Lingtian's energy seemed to have transformed into a vast ocean as it annihilated the young man. The entire process was as easy as crushing dry weeds. Apart from a spatial ring hovering in the air that proved the young man's existence, there was no trace of him at all. The young man, who was also a patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. At this moment, not only the middle-aged man, but the other young man's expression changed drastically as well. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, it was as though he was looking at a devil. Those who profane my Duan Lingtian's women shall die. After killing the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian's cold voice caused the remaining 2 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace to tremble. At this moment, Kerr and Gonru Yen finally understood why Duan Lingtian had killed them. Why you? How dare you kill a Wandering Saint Palace's disciple in our territory? Chapter 2269. The middle-aged patrolling disciple looked at Duan Lingtian with fear, shock, and disbelief in his eyes. He was afraid of the purple-clad young man's strength. He was shocked when he saw the purple-clad young man daring to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside their territory. This was the first time he had seen someone who dared to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace in their territory. Although there had been such maniacs in the history of the Wandering Saint Palace, they were all killed by the powerhouses of the Wandering Saint Palace without exception. Chen and must have said something offensive to the purple-clad young man through voice transmission. Based on the purple-clad young man's words, it must have something to do with the twin sisters next to him. These twin sisters should be his women. The remaining patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace seemed to have realized something. He was very familiar with Chen En, the disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace who had been killed. Therefore, he knew Chen En was a pervert who would lust after beautiful women. He was especially fearless when it came to beautiful women who did not have any background. Chen En must have seen these people coming to join the Wandering Saint Palace and thought they were just ordinary devils with no background. I'm afraid he didn't expect to meet his match until the moment he was killed. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself as he observed a moment of silence for Chen. At the same time, his eyes were filled with fear when he looked at the purple-clad young man who had killed Chen. The purple-clad young man was too terrifying. He did not seem to have moved at all. Just the energy he released was enough to kill a powerhouse at the second form of the Saint Celestial stage as easily as killing a chicken. Even Brother Hong did not have time to react when the purple-clad young man attacked. Brother Hong is a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. I'm afraid the purple-clad young man is not just a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The purple-clad young man might be a powerhouse at the fifth or sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace speculated. However, even if he's a powerhouse at the sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage, he won't be able to escape death for killing a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace outside our territory. The young patrolling disciple did not doubt this at all. A hint of pity could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. Usually, a powerhouse at or above the fifth form of the Saint Celestial stage could join the Wandering Saint Palace as long as he or she was willing. For such powerhouses, the Wandering Saint Palace would usually make an exception and take them in. However, to a certain extent, the purple-clad young man's actions were a provocation to the Wandering Saint Palace. If the Wandering Saint Palace did not execute him, their reputation would be tarnished, and their reputation would be tarnished. Therefore, he did not think that the purple-clothed young man would be able to survive today. If you want to call for help, then hurry up. You've been holding that voice transmission jade slip for a long time. Duan Lingtian said calmly as he glanced at the patrolling disciple from the wandering Saint Palace. It was as though he was talking about something insignificant. There were almost no Tao cultivators among the demons, so there were no Tao talismans. However, the Devil Clan still had something like a voice transmission jade slip. Even if the Devil Clans did not have it, now that the Devil Clans had invaded the Debussy subterranean, they would have easily obtained many voice transmission jade slips. After all, voice transmission jade slips were not rare. The middle-aged patrolling disciple's eyes widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to have already discovered the voice transmission jade slip he had taken out. The reason he did not crush the voice transmission jade slip to call for help was not because he did not know how to use the voice transmission jade slip, but he was worried the purple-clad young man would discover it if he crushed the voice transmission jade slip to call for help. At that time, with the purple-clad young man's strength, he would be able to intercept the voice transmission jade slip and kill the middle-aged patrolling disciple. He had already seen the purple-clad young man's strength earlier. With that kind of strength, killing him would be as simple as killing a chicken or cutting grass. Due to his fear of the purple-clad young man's strength, the middle-aged patrolling disciple did not crush the voice transmission jade slip. He wanted to wait for the other patrolling disciples to catch the purple-clad young man's attention before he crushed the voice transmission jade slip. This was to prevent the purple-clad young man from intercepting the voice transmission jade slip. However, he did not expect the voice transmission jade slip. The purple-clothed young man had long discovered the communication jade slip in his hand that he hadn't crushed even after a long time. If you want to call for help, hurry up. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's casual words echoed in the middle-aged patrolling disciple's ears. Even then, he did not dare to act rashly. Who knew whether or not the other party would stop him from sending the message after he crushed the jade slip and then kill him at the first possible moment? Ding Jianhong? Why are there only two of you? HM? Who are they? Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the wandering Saint Palace, was still mulling over this matter when an old voice sounded from afar. Ding Jianhong felt a sense of relief. The other patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace finally discovered the situation. Swoosh, swoosh, whoosh. 3 figures appeared along with the voice. They were an old man, a middle-aged man, and a young man. The old man was the leader of the trio. The person who had spoken was none other than the old man. Crack! Duan Lingtian instinctively looked at the 3 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace when Ding Jianhong finally crushed the voice transmission jade slip in his hand. A streak of light shot out and entered the wandering Saint Palace's estate in just a blink of an eye. Swoosh! 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 The streak of light from the voice transmission jade slip caused quite a commotion. It instantly alerted the 3 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace, causing their expressions to change. At this moment, Ding Jianhong had crushed the voice transmission jade slip. It was obvious he had encountered a troublesome situation. Moreover, the patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace usually consisted of 3 patrolling disciples. Now that Ding Jianhong was alone, the 3 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace had a bad feeling about this. The 3 of you, this purple-clad young man has just killed Chinin. At this moment, Ding Jianhong's voice rang from the side of the 3 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong's voice transmission caused the expressions of the 3 patrolling disciples to change drastically. I didn't even have time to react when he made his move. By the time I reacted, Chin and had already been killed. Apart from a spatial ring, there was no trace of him at all. From the beginning until the end, he didn't move at all. I suspect he's at least a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, or even the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Before the 3 patrolling disciples could regain their senses, Ding Jianhong continued to transmit his voice to them through voice transmission. A powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The 3 of them were so shocked that their bodies stiffened. Even the strongest person among them was only at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even a powerhouse at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage could easily kill them, let alone a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At this moment, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze back to Ding Jianhong. Ding Jianhong felt guilty when he saw Duan Lingtian's gaze. However, he sighed in relief when he recalled he had already sent out the message through his communication jade token. Even if he were to die, his death would not be in vain. Ding Jianhong was prepared to die when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. Ding Jianhong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's lazy voice. I told you to crush your communication jade token a long time ago. Why did you wait until now? Are you worried I'll stop you from sending out the message through your communication jade token? These were Duan Lingtian's words. He's not afraid I'll spread the message? At this moment, Ding Jianhong finally realized this, even though he was slow to react. It was precisely because of this that Ding Jianhong was also puzzled in his heart. He could not figure it out no matter how hard he thought about it. Is he not afraid of dying? Where does he get the confidence to do this? Just as Ding Jianhong was puzzled, a thunderous voice suddenly resounded from afar. This thunderous voice was filled with anger and fury. How could I have forgotten about him? Ding Jianhong's eyes brightened when he heard the voice. The father of Chen En, the disciple who was killed by the purple-clad young man, was an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he was an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, Elder Qin Tong. Elder Qin Tong. Soon after, a middle-aged man with a medium build flew over from afar. In just a blink of an eye, he arrived at Duan Lingtian's side. Ding Jianhong and the other 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace bowed at him. The reason why the middle-aged man came here was naturally because a group of people gathered here had attracted his attention. The middle-aged man was none other than Elder Qin Tong of the Wandering Saint Palace. He was also the father of Chen En, the disciple who was killed by Duan Lingtian. Ding Jianhong, I remember my son was patrolling with you today. Where is he? Qin Tong ignored the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace and asked coldly as he looked at Ding Jianhong. Elder Qin Tong, Qin was killed. Ding Jianhong felt as though he had been plunged into an ice cave when he saw Qin Tong's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth as he turned to look at Duan Lingtian with great difficulty. You killed my son. Chapter 2270. You're the one who killed my son. Elder Qin Tong of Wandering Saint Palace said as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His voice was so loud that it hurt everyone's ears. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the old man who had spoken earlier said, Duan Lingtian. The old man, who was the leader of the 3 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, spoke to Qin Tong. Elder Qin Tong, he's the one who killed your son. Moreover, Ding Jianhong said that Qin was killed by his attack and was reduced to ashes. The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace said, as though he wanted to stir up trouble. Elder Qin Tong, this fellow killed Qin and outside our Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Not only is he looking down on our Wandering Saint Palace, but he's also looking down on you. The old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace continued to add fuel to the fire. Immediately, Qin Tong's pupils shrunk again and again as his expression became increasingly gloomy. A cold aura surged out of his body, causing everyone present to feel as though they were in a world of ice and snow. You're seeking death. When Chin Tong's eyes that were filled with killing intent landed on Duan Ling Tian, he shouted coldly again as the saint origin in his body surged out through his saint veins. Daddy, this person is so annoying. A young and pleasant voice rang out, and it attracted the gazes of most of the people present. It was Duan Si Ling who was in Duan Ling Tian's arms. At this moment, Duan Si Ling looked at Chen Tong with a frown. A hint of disdain could be seen on her adorable face. Since Si Ling says he's annoying, Daddy, can you ask him to scram now? Duan Ling Tian said gently as he patted Duan Si Ling's head affectionately when he heard Duan Si Ling's words. From the beginning until the end, Duan Ling Tian did not even look at Chin Tong. It was as though Chin Tong did not exist at all. Shameless boasting. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the old patrolling disciple from Wandering Saint Palace glared at Duan Ling Tian angrily and said, "You're a brat! Boy, do you really think you can look down on Elder Chin Tong just because you're a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Elder Chin Tong is a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, let alone the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if you're a powerhouse at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today." Based on the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, the old patrolling disciple from the Saint Palace was certain that Duan Ling Tian would die. You're at the 5th form of the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. At the same time, Chin Tong scoffed disdainfully. Even if your cultivation base is at the 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll definitely kill you with just one move. I only need one move to kill you. Chin Tong's words were indeed arrogant. However, none of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace doubted Chin Tong's words. All of them felt that Chin Tong was indeed capable. If I knew Elder Chin Tong would come, I wouldn't have needed to crush my communication jade token to inform the other elders. Ding Jianhong thought to himself. Die. As soon as Chin Tong finished speaking, his body flashed as the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Along with the sound of wind whistling in the air, a gust of wind appeared. The gust of wind seemed to have transformed into a raging dragon as it charged toward Duan Ling Tian at an extremely fast speed. Chin Tong stood with his hands behind his back on top of the gust of wind. He looked majestic as though he was looking down on heaven and earth. All of this happened in just a blink of an eye. When Chin Tong moved, the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace only saw a flash before their eyes. In the next moment, Chin Tong appeared near Duan Ling Tian. Saint Origin surged out of his body and gathered in his hands. All of a sudden, boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang in the air as the vast Saint Origin in Chin Tong's hands surged toward Duan Ling Tian like a torrent that had broken through a dam. This attack was so powerful that it was earth-shattering. Boom! 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 A vast and majestic Saint Chi burst out from Chin Tong's hands like a torrent. In addition to the earth-shattering sound at the beginning, this Saint Chi also shook the void and set off a series of deafening explosions. Chin Tong's Saint Origin surged out like a torrential flood and was only a few feet away from Duan Ling Tian. Ding Jianhong, the patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, could not help but sigh inwardly. Karma really comes fast. Previously, the purple-clad young man killed Chinin, but now it's his father's turn to kill him. Moreover, he's not the only one who's going to die. His daughter and his woman will die as well. Just as Ding Jianhong had these thoughts in his mind, suddenly he seemed to have seen something. The pity in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by shock and disbelief. At this moment, it was not only Ding Jianhong. Even the few patrolling disciples from Wandering Saint Palace, including the old patrolling disciple, narrowed their eyes in unison. Shock and disbelief were written all over their faces. Why were they like this? All of this was because of the method Duan Lingtian used when Chen Tong's Saint Chi fell on him. As soon as Chen Tong's Saint Origin approached Duan Lingtian, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the void with Duan Lingtian as the center. The vortex spun faster and faster as it emitted a terrifying devouring force that seemed to be able to devour the heavens and earth. Before Chen Tong's torrential Saint Origin could reach Duan Lingtian, it was blocked by the whirlpool and devoured by the whirlpool. How's this possible? This scene caused Chen Tong's face to change drastically. Immediately, he pushed the Saint Chi in his body to the limit without reservation. In just a blink of an eye, the momentum of the Saint Chi that was like a mountain torrent increased again. It's about time. After devouring another portion of Chen Tong's energy, Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. The whirlpool in the air that overlapped with his body suddenly began to spin in another direction. The instant the whirlpool rotated in the opposite direction, a similarly vast and mighty torrent-like force swept out and violently collided with Chen Tong's subsequent force. In an instant, boom! Another earth-shattering sound rang out as the two equally vast and majestic forces collided, causing the void to tremble as though it would collapse at any time. At the same time, gusts of turbulent gales swept out in all directions from the point of collision of the two forces. Boom! 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 After a series of loud noises that sounded like aftershocks, Chen Tong's subsequent force finally defeated the force that swept out from the whirlpool that overlapped with Duan Lingtian's. In fact, the force that swept out from the vortex was the force that Duan Lingtian had devoured from Chen Tong. This was also a new experiment that Duan Lingtian came up with on a whim. He could use the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to devour his opponent's Saint Chi within a controllable range. At first, Duan Lingtian planned to devour his opponent's Saint Chi to enhance his Saint Chi. However, he soon discovered that the Saint Chi was different from the Saint Chi. His opponent's energy was different from the heaven and earth spirit energy, so he could not use it to enhance his Saint Chi. He could only rely on the divine ability, the elementary devouring technique, to reverse the situation. Moreover, while he was using the elementary devouring technique to devour his opponent's energy, the energy that he had devoured from his opponent was being depleted as well. This was the reason Duan Lingtian fell into a disadvantageous position when he used his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to attack another spear with a spear. However, even if he was at a disadvantage, Chen Tong's Saint Chi had almost depleted his Saint Chi. Black Turtle's Barrier. Duan Lingtian cast his defensive divine ability in a timely manner. A gigantic defensive light shield in the form of a black tortoise appeared and easily blocked Chen Tong's follow-up attack. Oh no! Horror dawned on Chen Tong when he saw his Saint Chi was almost depleted while his opponent was unharmed. Moreover, it did not seem like he had depleted his Saint Chi at all. At this moment, he would have lived in vain if he still did not realize he had kicked an iron plate. This purple-clad young man was not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage at all. He was at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the purple-clad young man to devour his energy and turn it against him. I'm an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. If you dare to kill me, the Wandering Saint Palace won't let you go. Chen Tong's expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him. His voice trembled as he roared. At this moment, Chen Tong was like a drowning man who had grabbed onto a straw to clutch at. The straw to clutch at was the Wandering Saint Palace. Elder Chen Tong, you don't have to worry about whether the Wandering Saint Palace will let me go or not. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Chen Tong's words. Then he raised his hand and released his Sun Saint Origin that he had been accumulating. It transformed into a gigantic sword and slapped it at Chen Tong. Currently, Chen Tong's Saint Origin was almost depleted. Even a powerhouse at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage would be able to kill him. Moreover, this was Duan Lingtian's technique. Smack! As the giant sword slammed into the space where Qin Tong was, the space trembled and ripples spread out in all directions. Qin Tong, on the other hand, had disappeared into thin air. All that was left was a storage ring that floated in the air all by itself, and it fell from the sky as soon as it appeared. Whoosh! A shapeless force stretched out and guided the falling spatial ring to return to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 2271. How's this possible? Elder Qin Tong was a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was killed in just a blink of an eye. Before Elder Qin Tong attacked, he said he would kill the purple-clad young man in one move. However, the purple-clad young man only used 2 moves to kill him. Who's this purple-clad young man? Why is he so terrifying? He killed a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage as though he was killing a chicken. I'm afraid this purple-clad young man is at least at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, right? The group of patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief after they recovered from their shock. There were even a few people who couldn't help but reach out to pinch their own thighs and give themselves a slap, as if they wanted to verify whether they were dreaming or not. He's so powerful. Ding Jianhong, the middle-aged patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, thought the purple-clad young man would definitely die. He even thought the purple-clad young man would be killed by Qin Tong with just one move. However, the reality before his eyes had given him a bright and clear look. Indeed, someone had been killed and turned into ashes. However, that person was not the purple-clad young man. It was Qin Tong, an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace. Ding Jianhong did not expect this at all. He did not expect the purple-clad young man to possess such terrifying strength. He's not a powerhouse at the 5th or 6th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Now, Ding Jianhong was deeply aware of this point. Ding Jianhong was not the only one who had realized this. Even the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, who wanted to stir up trouble in front of Qin Tong, had realized this as well. Lord, please spare my life. Lord, please spare my life. When Duan Lingtian looked at the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace calmly, the old patrolling disciple trembled violently before he fell to his knees. He kept kowtowing to Duan Lingtian as he begged for mercy. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, the old patrolling disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace could not muster up the courage to resist at all. What a joke! Even an elder at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Qin Tong was killed in 2 moves, let alone a mere cultivator at the 3rd form of the Saint Celestial stage like him. It was precisely because of this that he had tossed his dignity to the back of his mind and only begged the purple-clad young man before him to spare his life. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly in response to the old elder's question. When the elder heard Duan Lingtian's words, he was so frightened that his body stiffened. His eyes widened as a look of despair appeared on his face. Boom! Under the watchful eyes of the others, no one saw Duan Lingtian's movement. It was as though a gust of wind had blown past the kneeling elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. A thunderous sound rang in the air as the wind blew past the kneeling elder. After the loud explosion, the elder from the Wandering Saint Palace disappeared as though he had vanished into thin air. All that was left behind was a lonely spatial ring. The entire place fell silent again. The remaining 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, led by Ding Jianhong, did not even dare to breathe loudly. They did not even dare to look at Duan Lingtian. All of them lowered their heads as though they were waiting for Duan Lingtian's verdict. Wow, Daddy is so strong. He actually managed to chase them away. Duan Xiling danced in Duan Lingtian's arms. Her delicate face was filled with excitement. In her eyes, she only thought that it was her father who had chased them away, and not that he had killed them to the point where not even a speck of dust remained. Chased them away? When the 4 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace heard Duan Si Ling's words, they could only smile wryly. Was this young lady joking? Did she not see how the spatial ring would automatically remove its owner after the person was gone? All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have sensed something as he looked in the direction of the wandering Saint Palace's estate. After a few moments, swoosh, swoosh, accompanied by 2 swift whistling sounds, 2 ghostly figures flew over from afar, one in front and one behind. The speed of one of them was much faster than the speed of the other. He was the first to arrive at the place where Duan Lingtian and the others were. Who killed my wandering Saint Palace's disciple? The person asked in a deep voice as soon as he appeared. Elder Lin Yuan. Elder Lin Yuan. When the person appeared, Ding Jianhong and the other patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace, who were originally anxious, felt relieved. They immediately bowed respectfully at the person who had just arrived. The person who had just arrived was an old man with white hair and eyebrows. He was dressed in a long robe and had a youthful complexion. He looked like an immortal. The 4 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace were relieved because the old man was one of the strongest elders in the wandering Saint Palace. He was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Swoosh! Another person arrived after Elder Lin Yuan from the wandering Saint Palace. Elder Peng Lai. Elder Peng Lai. The 4 patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace immediately bowed at the person who had just arrived. This person was also an elder from the wandering Saint Palace. His name was Peng Lai, and he was a short and muscular middle-aged man. Naturally, his cultivation base was slightly lower than Lin Yuan's, since he was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Ding Jianhong, did you crush the communication jade slip and say that someone killed our wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chinen? Peng Lai asked in a deep voice as he looked at Ding Jianhong. When Ding Jianhong heard Peng Lai's words, he could not help but look at the purple-clad young man who was holding a little girl in his arms. Peng Lai and Lin Yuan followed Ding Jianhong's gaze and looked at Duan Lingtian in unison. Duan Lingtian. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and then he roared out, his voice full of anger. In his eyes, waves of hatred and anger rose up, as if they could burn everything. At this moment, Lin Yuan did not look like he was looking at someone who had killed a disciple from the wandering Saint Palace. He looked more like he was looking at his father's murderer. What's going on? Elder Lin Yuan. Does he know this purple-clad young man? Upon seeing Lin Yuan's reaction, Elder Peng Lai, Ding Jianhong, and the other patrolling disciples from the wandering Saint Palace were dumbfounded. They did not know what was going on at all. Based on Lin Yuan's reaction, it seemed like he knew the purple-clad young man for a long time. Moreover, it seemed like there was a deep grudge between them. Duan Lingtian. Peng Lai regained his senses after a while. He found the name familiar. In the end, he seemed to have recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. I remember the person who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, seems to be called Duan Lingtian. Could it be him? Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he looked at Duan Lingtian again. You know me? On the other side, Duan Lingtian had a stupefied expression. When the elder from the wandering Saint Palace saw him, not only did he call out his name, but he even glared at him with hatred. It was as though there was a grudge between them for killing his son and stealing his wife. Duan Lingtian was certain. This was definitely his first time meeting the elder from the wandering Saint Palace. Of course, I know you. Lin Yuan was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he said, A year ago, my grandson, Lin Qigang, was killed by you. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door after a year. It seems like the heavens have been kind to me. When Lin Yuan finished speaking, his killing intent soared into the sky. It was mixed with devil chi that seemed capable of piercing through the heavens. Lin Chigang? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Although the name sounded familiar, he could not recall where he had heard it from. Apart from Elder Peng Lai, the other disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace who were patrolling the area narrowed their eyes in shock when they heard Duan Ling Tian's words. This Duan Ling Tian, is he the one who killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Chigang? I heard Elder Lin Yuan's grandson was killed outside the ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. Moreover, he was killed by a human devil who was even stronger than Miss Wenjing. I didn't expect him to be the culprit. Is there something wrong with this Duan Lingtian's brain? He wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace after killing Elder Lin Yuan's grandson? Humph. Don't forget, he's a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, like Elder Lin Yuan. The problem is, when he killed Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Chigang, he also killed Elder He Qing's son, He Sun Jie, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Sita Yu Ji. He dares to come to the Wandering Saint Palace after offending 3 elders at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? He's really bold. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Although their voices were not loud, Duan Lingtian and the others could clearly hear them. Elder He Qing, Elder Peng Lai shook his head inwardly when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. That Elder He Qing had already died a year ago. His soul pearl was discovered to have shattered a year ago. The palace master of the Wandering Saint Palace had even sent a few elders to investigate the cause of his death. However, they did not manage to find anything. He Qing was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. He was one of the pillars of the Wandering Saint Palace. For this reason, the Wandering Saint Palace had kept his death a secret. For this reason, the disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were unaware of his death. So, you're that person's grandfather. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he heard the whispers of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace as he looked at Lin Yuan again. As for Elder Lin Qing, he should be the elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage whom I killed a year ago, right? That person should be He Sun Jie's father. However, these disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace don't seem to know that Lin Qing is dead. Chapter 2272. A powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage? At the same time, Elder Lin Yuan and Elder Peng Lai frowned when they heard a disciple whispering to each other. After a series of voice transmissions, they finally learned what had happened. Elder Qin Tong from Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, was killed by Duan Lingtian in just 2 moves. Duan Lingtian's strength is actually so terrifying. Peng Lai's expression changed drastically. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian was stronger than Miss Wenjing was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. She was not as strong as Qin Tong. However, today Duan Lingtian had killed Qin Tong in just 2 moves. How could he not be shocked? Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is most likely at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Peng Lai thought to himself. However, even if his cultivation base has broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I don't think he's a match for Elder Lin Yuan. If Elder Lin Yuan fought Qin Tong in a death duel, I'm afraid Elder Lin Yuan would be able to kill Qin Tong in just 1 move. However, Duan Lingtian only needed 2 moves to kill Qin Tong. Peng Lai was filled with confidence when he thought about this. Although Duan Lingtian is also at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he might not be as strong as Elder Lin Yuan. That's right. Although Elder Lin Yuan isn't at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he has been at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage for quite some time now. He's definitely stronger than Duan Lingtian. With Elder Lin Yuan's strength, he would only need 1 move to kill Qin Tong. In comparison, Duan Lingtian is indeed weaker. A few patrolling disciples from wandering Saint Palace whispered among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were confident in Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan had similar thoughts as well. Duan Lingtian. Lin Yuan stared at Duan Lingtian with a gaze as cold as the edge of a blade. Even if you're at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, I'll still kill you to appease my grandson's soul in heaven. At the same time, Lin Yuan's body exuded a fierce and terrifying aura. His saint qi surged like boiling water, and his demonic qi soared into the sky. Shut! As soon as Lin Yuan finished speaking, Duan Lingtian said impatiently in a low voice, "Brother Lingtian!" In the next moment, elementary devouring tactic. As soon as Lin Yuan mobilized the saint origin in his body, Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability at lightning speed, causing a whirlpool to appear in the air and merge with his body. During this process, Duan Lingtian's 99 saint veins played a crucial role. Before Lin Yuan could fully mobilize the saint origin in his body, not only did Duan Lingtian fully mobilize his saint origin, but he also cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. As soon as the elementary devouring tactic was activated, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings surged toward Duan Lingtian and entered his body. It temporarily became a part of Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian's sun saint origin had risen to the level of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. In fact, it was not inferior to Lin Yuan's saint origin that was about to be fully activated. Not only was it not inferior to Lin Yuan's sun saint origin, but it was even stronger. When the group of people from wandering Saint Palace saw Duan Lingtian's momentum, they thought Duan Lingtian was going to fight Lin Yuan. However, a shocking scene unfolded before their eyes. Golden crow's wings. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back. As he flapped them, the sound of air exploding reverberated in the air. Duan Lingtian, Ke, and Ganru Yen, who were next to him, followed the sound of air exploding as they flew into the distance. Duan Siling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, Ke, and Ganru Yen were all brought along by Duan Lingtian. He's trying to escape? When the group of people from wandering Saint Palace saw this, the same thought appeared in their minds. Trying to escape? At this moment, Lin Yuan had also activated his saint origin. Killing intent flashed in his eyes as a smirk appeared on his face. He instantly cast his movement technique and divine ability. Before this, Yang Kai had also cast his own assist-type divine abilities to further enhance his saint qi. Swoosh! Lin Yuan's figure swayed, creating a loud and heavy sound as he tore through the air. Boom! 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 When Lin Yuan's body moved, there was naturally a violent friction with the air, which then set off a series of dense air explosions. Elder Lin Yuan is indeed stronger than Duan Lingtian. Elder Peng Lai of Wandering Saint Palace thought to himself when he saw Lin Yuan's speed was faster than Duan Lingtian's. However, he seemed to have overlooked something important. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was not moving alone. He was bringing along 3 burdens with him. However, Peng Lai's eyes widened when he saw Duan Lingtian. This was because he saw Duan Lingtian stopping in the distance. When he moved again, his speed was already on par with Lin Yuan's. He's bringing 3 people with him. At the same time, Peng Lai finally noticed the 3 people Duan Lingtian was bringing with him. He gulped nervously. After he changed places, the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area stirred and was absorbed by him. What's his assist type, divine ability? Why is the heaven and earth spirit energy in that area not enough for him? After all, Peng Lai was at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Based on what he had seen earlier, it did not take him long to figure this out. Since Peng Lai had noticed it, Lin Yuan had noticed it as well. How's this possible? Lin Yuan's pupils shrank, and an ominous premonition arose in his heart. However, his hatred for Duan Lingtian overshadowed this ominous feeling. His assist-type divine ability must have raised his saint origin to its limit. Even if I can't catch up to him, he won't be able to escape under my watch. When the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll die. With this thought in mind, Lin Yuan continued to chase after Duan Lingtian. During this time, Lin Yuan discovered Duan Lingtian had changed places to use his assist-type divine ability to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings. Initially, Peng Lai was terrified. He thought Duan Lingtian's strength would increase by using his assist-type divine ability. However, when he discovered Duan Lingtian's speed was still the same as his, he could not help but sneer. "You're just playing tricks on me." As long as Duan Lingtian's strength did not increase, Lin Yuan was not afraid at all. However, did Duan Lingtian's strength not increase at all? Naturally, the answer was no. In fact, when Duan Lingtian changed places for the second time and absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in his surroundings, his speed was much faster than Lin Yuan's. However, he did not do that. He did not think it was necessary. As long as he maintained the same speed as Lin Yuan would not be able to catch up to him. At the same time, he could use his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to improve his saint origin. His saint origin would be comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Yuan chased after Duan Lingtian like a cat chasing a mouse. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were dazzled when they saw this. Although they could not see Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian's figures clearly, they could vaguely sense their speed was about the same. Otherwise, Lin Yuan would have caught up to Duan Lingtian, or Duan Lingtian would have escaped. Duan Lingtian's speed seems to be much faster than before. He's relying on his assist-type divine ability to increase his speed. Once the effect of his assist-type divine ability wears off, he'll return to his original state. However, his assist-type divine ability is really amazing. Even though he's carrying 3 people, he's still able to keep up with Elder Lin Yuan. It's really amazing. The 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, began to discuss among themselves again. At the same time, they were also watching the battle intently. Although they could not see anything clearly, they could vaguely hear the sound of 2 figures tearing through the air one after the other. They did not even blink as they continued to watch the battle. It was as though they were afraid of missing out on something. But now, they had overlooked another problem. After the effect of his assist-type divine ability wore off, Duan Lingtian would return to his original state and Lin Yuan would catch up to him. Why did he not run away? Why was he running in circles on the spot? About 10 breaths later, Duan Lingtian had cast his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. It's done! Duan Lingtian had finally raised his saint origin to the point where it was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage. Duan Lingtian's confidence was boosted when his body was filled with explosive saint origin. Whoosh! He paused for a moment and turned around to look at Lin Yuan, who was chasing after him. What's he doing? Could it be that the effect of his assist-type divine ability has worn off? He knows he can't escape, so he decided to fight Elder Lin Yuan head-on? That's possible. Apart from the patrolling disciples, even Elder Peng Lai of the Wandering Saint Palace shared the same thoughts. Only the person involved, Elder Lin Yuan of the Wandering Saint Palace, felt more and more uneasy. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a 3-foot-long blade appeared in his hand. It was 1,000 inscriptions, Saint Sword. Condense. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian channeled his sun-saint origin that was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the saint celestial stage into the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. In the next moment, go! Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Swoosh! Swoosh! Chapter 2273. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Lin Yuan, the elder from Wandering Saint Palace, who was pursuing Duan Lingtian, suddenly felt as though he was being targeted by a terrifying aura. Oh no! Lin Yuan's expression changed drastically. His saint origin surged with devil qi and formed a shield in front of him. The shield was so huge that it seemed to be able to support the sky. You're not much stronger than the elder from Wandering Saint Palace who I killed a year ago. He's Sun Jie's father. These words rang in Lin Yuan's ears as soon as he heard the sound of a sword whistling in the air. It was none other than Duan Lingtian's voice transmission. He's Sun Jie's father? Wasn't that He Qing? He Qing was killed by him. Just as this thought subconsciously appeared in Lin Yuan's mind, he suddenly realized something. A loud explosion interrupted his train of thought. He didn't even have time to react when a sword light flashed past his eyes. Bang! Immediately after, the defensive technique that he hastily put up was also shattered under the bombardment of the sword light. After the huge shield, completely condensed from Saint Qi, was disintegrated, the sword light continued to fly towards Lin Yuan without slowing down in the slightest. No! Lin Yuan cried out in despair. He did not even have time to react before his glabella was pierced, leaving behind a bloody hole. Swoosh! As soon as the bloody hole appeared between Lin Yuan's glabella, a soul that looked exactly like him flew out of his body. It was none other than Lin Yuan. When he realized he would not be able to dodge the sword ray, he had decisively abandoned his body and cast the soul detachment technique that was unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage to escape. However, would he be able to escape? Swoosh! 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 Duan Lingtian, who was carrying Duan Siling, had already appeared before Lin Yuan's glabella was pierced by the sword ray. It was as though he was crossing heaven and earth with each step he took. In just a blink of an eye, he was already near Lin Yuan. Soul escape. Duan Lingtian didn't seem surprised at all when he saw Lin Yuan's soul leave his body before his body was killed. Instead, he sneered. In the blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian hugged his daughter, Duan Siling, tightly in his arms as he raised his right hand and struck Lin Yuan's body and soul with his palm. Immediately, bang! A loud, muffled sound was heard. At the same time, waves of majestic saint origin surged out of Duan Lingtian's right palm like a surging river. Wave after wave, it was endless. No, Lin Yuan's soul, which had just escaped from his body, let out a cry of despair in the face of the destructive power that swept over like a vast ocean. The next moment, whether it was his body or soul, it was like a lone boat in the vast sea that was drowned by a wave. During this entire process, he did not even cause the slightest ripple. Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was dead. Lin Yuan was the second elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, who was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage that Duan Lingtian had killed in the past year. He's dead. Among the people present on the scene, only Peng Lai, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, clearly saw how Duan Lingtian killed Lin Yuan. For this reason, he was the most shocked when he saw Duan Lingtian killing Lin Yuan. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was toying with elder Lin Yuan from the beginning? When Peng Lai looked at Duan Lingtian again, his eyes were filled with horror. After he came to a stop for the last time, not only did he not continue to flee, he turned around and attacked elder Lin Yuan with lightning speed. He easily destroyed elder Lin Yuan's body when elder Lin Yuan cast the soul detaching technique that's unique to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He easily killed elder Lin Yuan. Thinking of the scene just now, Peng Lai's pupils shrank again, and his heart trembled. Terrifying. This was too terrifying. Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage after all. In the entire Wandering Saint Palace, the only person who could kill Elder Lin Yuan so easily was the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Although I'm not sure if Duan Lingtian is a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, one thing is certain. After Duan Lingtian cast his assist-type divine ability, his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Apart from the Palace Master, I'm afraid no one in the entire Wandering Saint Palace is a match for him. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat when he thought of this. Peng Lai's heart skipped a beat. Meanwhile, the 4 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace, including Ding Jianhong, did not see Duan Lingtian's movements, but they knew Elder Lin Yuan had been killed by Duan Lingtian. What? What's going on? What's going on? Wasn't Duan Lingtian being chased by Elder Lin Yuan earlier? Not only did he attack Elder Lin Yuan, but he even killed him in just a blink of an eye. Elder Lin Yuan died just like that. It only took him a few moments to kill Elder Lin Yuan. Is Duan Lingtian a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? Doesn't that mean he's at the same level as our Palace Master? The hearts of the patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace twitched when they saw Duan Lingtian collecting Lin Yuan's spatial ring with just a wave of his hand. They began to discuss among themselves after a while. Apart from being shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to kill Lin Yuan, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace, in such a short time, they suspected Duan Lingtian was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Otherwise, how could he have killed Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time? Even if Elder Lin Yuan is the strongest powerhouse below the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Human Devil Clan, Xing Yuan Ba, the Vice Palace Master of Great Spirit Palace, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Lin Yuan in such a short time. I agree. No matter how strong Xing Yuan Ba is, he's only at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Even if he's at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, it's impossible for him to kill Elder Lin Yuan so easily. The 2 patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace chimed in. Due to this reason, they were even more certain. The purple-clad young man, Duan Lingtian, was most likely a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked. On the other hand, Kerr and Ganru Yen were not surprised at all. Their expressions remained calm. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was not a big deal for him to kill an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With his strength, if he wants to join our Wandering Saint Palace, even Lord Palace Master would personally welcome him. However, we're not only refusing him entry, but we're also provoking him. Duan Lingtian said. While Ding Jianhong sighed, he could not help but mutter softly. His voice was not loud, so the other 3 patrolling disciples did not hear what he said. However, Elder Peng Lai, a powerhouse at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, heard Ding Jianhong's words clearly. Duan Lingtian wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Peng Lai's eyes widened when he heard Ding Jianhong's words. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to Ding Jianhong. Previously, he had rushed over from the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. All he knew was that Duan Lingtian had killed a disciple and an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not know that Duan Lingtian wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Initially, he thought Duan Lingtian had intentionally come to provoke the Wandering Saint Palace. He did not expect Duan Lingtian to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Yes, Ding Jianhong quickly replied through voice transmission. He did not dare to be negligent. Since he's here to join the Wandering Saint Palace, Why did he kill Chinen? Peng Lai was puzzled by this. It should be Chen and who blasphemed his woman. I believe Elder Peng Lai has heard of Chen and as well. He's extremely obsessed with women, and when he saw such a pair of gorgeous sisters, he probably thought that they didn't have any background. So, it's normal for him to go a little overboard with his words. Ding Jianhong smiled wryly through voice transmission. Damn it, I can't believe it. Peng Lai's expression darkened when he heard Ding Jianhong's reply. He did not doubt Ding Jianhong's words at all. After all, it was impossible for a powerhouse like Duan Lingtian to kill a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace for no reason when he wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. That Wandering Saint Palace's disciple, Chunin, must have crossed the line and was killed by him. It's good that he's dead. It's good that he's dead. It's also good that Chen Tong died because he didn't teach his son well. At this moment, Peng Lai only felt the deaths of Qin Tong and Chen and were purely due to their own actions. It's a pity for Elder Lin Yuan. If Duan Lingtian had joined the Wandering Saint Palace and displayed his strength, Elder Lin Yuan wouldn't have killed him even if he had a deep grudge with him. When Peng Lai recalled Lin Yuan who was killed by Duan Lingtian, he felt it was a pity. He believed that Duan Lingtian was not a weakling. Even if Lin Yuan had a grudge with Duan Lingtian, as long as Duan Lingtian had the strength to suppress Lin Yuan would not dare to seek revenge from Duan Lingtian. Everyone was afraid of death. Moreover, it was such a worthless death. Lord Duan Lingtian, why you intend to join the Wandering Saint Palace? Chapter 2274. Lord Duan Lingtian. Elder Peng Lai's attitude changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian. Naturally, Ding Jianhong and the other patrolling disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace were shocked. However, when they thought about it and recalled Duan Lingtian's formidable strength, they came to a realization. If Duan Lingtian isn't joking and really wants to join our Wandering Saint Palace, I'm afraid Lord Palace Master wouldn't blame him for killing Qin Tong, Chinin, and Elder Lin Yuan. Ding Jianhong thought to himself, after all, a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like him is much more valuable than Chen Tong, Chenin, and Elder Lin Yuan combined. Ding Jianhong inhaled sharply when he thought about this. He bowed at Duan Lingtian and said, Lord Duan Lingtian. When the other 3 patrolling disciples saw Ding Jianhong bowing respectfully to Duan Lingtian after Peng Lai, they hastily bowed as well even though they were still in a daze. Lord Duan Lingtian. After the 3 Dao masters greeted Duan Lingtian in unison, the entire place fell silent again. Duan Lingtian replied indifferently to Peng Lai's question. I sincerely want to join the Wandering Saint Palace. However, it seems like the people in the Wandering Saint Palace aren't very welcoming of me. Duan Lingtian looked at Peng Lai meaningfully when he reached the end of his sentence. It's an accident. Peng Lai hastily waved his hand when he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him meaningfully. Peng Lai said solemnly, if Lord Duan Lingtian really wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace will naturally welcome you. I believe even the Lord Palace Master will be happy to know that Lord Duan Lingtian wants to join the Wandering Saint Palace. Oh, really? I've killed many people from the Wandering Saint Palace earlier. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes. Those people that Lord Duan Lingtian killed deserve to be killed. If they didn't provoke you, why would you kill them? Lord Duan Lingtian. Peng Lai forced a smile on his face. Although his words sounded like he was flattering Duan Lingtian, they were his true thoughts. Lord Duan Lingtian and madams, please follow me. I'll arrange a place for you. I'll inform the Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. He'll meet Lord Duan Lingtian was assigned a place Palace Master Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian nodded Lai's words. Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian Gonruyen frowned when she heard Peng Lai's words. However, she did not say anything in the end. She's not my madam. As soon as Peng Lai finished speaking, Duan Lingtian pointed at Gonruyen and said, She's my wife's sister. Lord Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. Madam, I'm sorry. Miss, I'm sorry. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Peng Lai immediately apologized to Duan Lingtian, Ku'er, and Gonruyen awkwardly. He did not expect he would make such a big mistake. After apologizing, he looked at Duan Lingtian cautiously, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian would pursue the matter. However, he sighed in relief when he saw Duan Lingtian had no intention of pursuing the matter. Following that, he led the way. When Duan Lingtian corrected Peng Lai, Gonruyen's expression darkened. She thought to herself, who cares? When Duan Lingtian saw Peng Lai walking toward the wandering St. Palace's estate, he quickly followed after him with Duan sealing in his arms. He did not bring Kerr and Gonruyen with him this time. There was no need to. Peng Lai walked slowly, as though he was afraid Duan Lingtian and the others would not be able to keep up with him. For this reason, there was no need for Duan Lingtian to bring the two women with him. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others followed Peng Lai into the wandering St. Palace's estate. The 4 patrolling disciples from the wandering St. Palace, including Ding Jianhong, heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Peng Lai. Their bodies were drenched in cold sweat. If Lord Duan Lingtian joins the wandering St. Palace, he'll probably become a vice palace master, right? Ding Jianhong muttered to himself. Although his voice was not loud, it was heard by the other 3 patrolling disciples from the wandering St. Palace. All of them nodded in agreement. With Lord Duan Lingtian's strength, it's more than enough for him to become a vice palace master of the wandering St. Palace. If he really becomes a vice palace master of the wandering St. Palace, the wandering St. Palace's strength will increase greatly. With this, we'll be able to make up for the loss of the 2 elders who died in his hands. If he becomes a vice palace master of the wandering St. Palace, the title of the first vice palace master of the wandering St. Palace will most likely fall on his head. Of course. The patrolling disciples from the wandering St. Palace discussed among themselves. They were all guessing that Duan Lingtian would become a vice palace master of the wandering St. Palace. I'm afraid it's no longer possible to hide what happened today. At the same time, Ding Jianhong seemed to have discovered something. He looked around and sighed. There were a few figures hidden behind the clouds in the sky. Needless to say, these people were patrolling disciples from the wandering St. Palace like him. Moreover, they must have been here for quite some time. They must have seen what happened earlier. Meanwhile, under the arrangement of Elder Peng Lai of the wandering St. Palace, Duan Lingtian and the others stayed in an independent mansion. At the same time, Peng Lai considerately arranged a few servants for them. Peng Lai is a smart person. After Peng Lai left, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. After he killed Elder Lin Yuan of the wandering St. Palace, not only was Peng Lai no longer hostile toward him, but Peng Lai was also very respectful toward him. Moreover, Duan Lingtian could tell that Peng Lai was sincere. The respect that Peng Lai displayed in front of him was from the bottom of his heart and was not fake. Up until now, Peng Lai was the only person from the wandering St. Palace whom he had a good impression of. If I settle down in the wandering St. Palace in the future, I'll definitely need some helpers. This Peng Lai is a talent that can be molded. However, before I reveal some information to him, I'll need him to swear on the lightning penalty oath. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Although it was said that one shouldn't doubt the people they used and shouldn't use those they doubted, in this dangerous world, the lightning penalty oath was the most direct and straightforward way to obtain a person's loyalty, and there were no hidden dangers. Most importantly, what Duan Lingtian wanted to do was considered a traitor from the human devil clan's point of view. Naturally, he had to be careful. Daddy, the people here are so strange. At first, they were so mean to us, but after Daddy chased them away, they became much more polite. Duan Siling, who was in Duan Lingtian's arms, said to Duan Lingtian, "That's right. These people are like that. They won't listen to us unless we beat them up." Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face. Upon hearing his words, Ker only smiled faintly. As for Gan Ruyen, she had a strange expression on her face. While Peng Lai went to look for the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, shocking news began to spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. When the news spread, it caused an uproar in the Wandering Saint Palace. Chen En, a patrolling disciple, was killed outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Qin An's father, Elder Qin Tong, wanted to avenge Qin En, but he was killed by that person as well. The news had spread like wildfire, causing commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. In the history of the Wandering Saint Palace, it was rare for someone to be so bold as to kill a disciple outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, let alone an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace. This was a slap to the face. It was a slap to the Wandering Saint Palace's face. Who's so bold? Is he tired of living? Most of the people from the Wandering Saint Palace were furious. They felt the madman had a death wish. However, when they heard another piece of news, they were rendered speechless. After Elder Lin Yuan received the news from the patrolling disciple who crushed the communication jade slip, he personally took action. But in the end, he was still killed by that madman. How's that possible? Elder Lin Yuan was a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How could he be killed so easily? It said that the madman only used 2 moves to kill Elder Lin Yuan, just like how he killed Elder Qin Tong. He killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves? What a joke! This isn't a joke. It said that the madman deliberately teased Elder Lin Yuan at the beginning, bringing 2 women and a little girl to let Elder Lin Yuan chase him. In the end, he seemed to feel that he had teased enough, so he struck out like a thunderbolt and killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Who did you hear this from? A patrolling disciple who was hiding in the dark told me. Similar rumors were spreading in the Wandering Saint Palace. When these words entered the ears of Ding Jianhong and the other 3 patrolling disciples, they could not help but frown. Those patrolling disciples who are hiding in the dark don't know what's going on at all. They're just spreading rumors. This is too much, Ding Jianhong said with a dark expression on his face. Currently, all the rumors in the Wandering Saint Palace were unfavorable to Duan Lingtian. However, as one of the people involved, Ding Jianhong knew the truth. Even if Duan Lingtian had killed the Chen family's father and son and Elder Lin Yuan, Duan Lingtian's actions had a reason, and he wasn't being arrogant or reckless. No, I must reveal the truth to the public. Otherwise, it won't be good for the Wandering Saint Palace if Lord Duan Lingtian is displeased with this. Chapter 2275. News that was unfavorable to Duan Lingtian spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. Soon after, 2 pieces of news began to spread in the Wandering Saint Palace. The reason Chen En was killed by that expert was because he disrespected that expert's woman with his words. The reason why Chen Tong was killed by that expert was because he saw his son being killed, so he tried to kill that expert without distinguishing between right and wrong. In the end, he was killed instead. When the news spread, it caused a huge commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. After all, before this, most people had viewed the Qin father and son as the weaker party. Since they were from the Wandering Saint Palace, it was only natural for them to side with the Qin father and son. However, as the news spread, most of the Wandering Saint Palace's disciples began to doubt the authenticity of the news. They no longer sided with the Chen father and son duo. Are these 2 pieces of news true? Many people were doubtful about these 2 pieces of news. After all, these 2 pieces of news were too sudden. It was as though they were deliberately spread. It should be true. This is because the news came from a few patrolling disciples who were lucky enough to survive. Compared to the patrolling disciples who are hiding in the dark, these few people know more about what happened. Someone in the know revealed this piece of news. In an instant, the news spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100 in the end. Almost everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace knew about this. The Chen father and son had a death wish for what they had done. Naturally, there were still many people who continued to defend the Chen father and son because they thought they were from the Wandering Saint Palace. Regardless of what happened, that person dared to kill our people outside the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. That's a slap in the face to the Wandering Saint Palace. That's right. We can't let that madman off. If that madman doesn't die, what will happen to the Wandering Saint Palace's reputation? We must ask Lord Palace Master to personally punish him. While the Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar over the deaths of the Qin father and son, another piece of news spread. The powerhouse who killed the Qin clan's father and son is also a pure human devil. He's here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. However, in the end, the father and son from the Qin clan treated us unkindly and caused the death of one of our patrolling disciples. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace fell silent when they heard the news. The madman they were talking about was actually a humanoid devil who possessed a pure human bloodline. Was it one of their kind? Moreover, was the young man here to join the Wandering Saint Palace? After a brief moment of silence, another commotion broke out in the Wandering Saint Palace. Oh my God, that expert is actually one of us. Moreover, he intends to join the Wandering Saint Palace, become one of us. That's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who could kill Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Even if he's not as strong as our Lord Palace Master, I'm afraid he's not much weaker, right? Such an expert. Yet the Chun father and son actually refused to let him in? Idiot. Idiot. Humph. From the looks of it, the death of the Chun family's father and son was purely their own fault. At this moment, no one in the Wandering Saint Palace supported the Chen family's father and son. Everyone was condemning the Qin family. The reason for this was because of the Chun family's father and son. Not only was the young man suspected to be at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but he was also one of them with a pure human bloodline. Of course, the most important thing was that the powerhouse wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. If a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage joined the Wandering Saint Palace, the Wandering Saint Palace's strength would skyrocket. This was a good thing for everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although the members of the Wandering Saint Palace were known as humanoid devils, they were all pure humans. In the human world, they were devil cultivators. Let alone the devil clans, they did not feel a sense of belonging even in the human devil clans. Only in the Wandering Saint Palace did they feel a sense of belonging. Due to this unique sense of belonging, everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace hoped that the Wandering Saint Palace would grow stronger and better. For a force like the Wandering Saint Palace, if they wanted to grow stronger, they would need another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Only then would the Wandering Saint Palace have more room to grow. Today, they learned that a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was planning to join the Wandering Saint Palace, but he was stopped by the Qin father and son. The Qin father and son were clearly blocking the path of the Wandering Saint Palace. This was equivalent to blocking the path of everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace. As members of the Wandering Saint Palace, how could they not be angry? After all, this matter concerned the interests of the Wandering Saint Palace and the Wandering Saint Palace. Not only did the father and son from the Qin clan cause the death of one of our patrolling disciples, but even Elder Lin Yuan was killed because of them. Damn it, they deserve to die. Soon after, many people began to voice their opinions. You're wrong about that. At this moment, another person stepped forward and explained, Elder Lin Yuan's death has nothing to do with the Qin father and son. It's because Elder Lin Yuan had a personal grudge with the powerhouse who wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace. It was precisely because of this personal enmity that he wished for nothing more than to crush the expert's bones and scatter his ashes. And he even attacked that expert. Personal grudge? What personal grudge? Immediately, many people were puzzled by this. Speaking of personal grudges, I have to mention the incident that happened a year ago. Elder Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, Elder Hiqing's son, Hisan Jie, and Elder Lu Wei's grandson, Sidiu Ji, died outside a ruin that was suspected to be left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master, right? Of course. It caused quite a commotion back then. It's said that the three of them died in the hands of a Duan Lingtian. That Duan Lingtian seems to be one of us who possesses a pure human bloodline. Don't tell me's. That's right. He's the powerhouse who killed the Qin father and son, as well as Elder Lin Yuan. Heavens, it's him. As similar discussions spread throughout the Wandering Saint Palace, it was as though an earthquake had struck the Wandering Saint Palace. Everyone was shaken by the news. The powerhouse was Duan Lingtian, who killed the sons and grandsons of the three elders in the Wandering Saint Palace a year ago. I didn't expect him to be the person from a year ago. If that's the case, it's normal for Elder Lin Yuan to kill him. However, Elder Lin Yuan probably didn't expect him to be so powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have acted so recklessly. Of course, even if Elder Lin Yuan has a grudge with him for killing his grandsons, he wouldn't have acted recklessly if he knew he would die. Indeed, only a fool would seek death when he knows he's going to die. The Wandering Saint Palace was destined to be chaotic today. Duan Lingtian? Brother Lingtian? It's him. In the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, in the spacious residence of one of the vice palace masters, a young man dressed in brocade robes rose to his feet in shock when he heard the news from the outside. Naturally, he was familiar with the name Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian did not save him a year ago, he would have died in the ruin left behind by a celestial grade saint inscription master. However, he did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. After a year, Duan Lingtian had appeared in the Wandering Saint Palace in such a domineering manner. It's still acceptable for him to kill Elder Qintong in 2 moves, but he killed Elder Lin Yuan in 2 moves. Could it be that his cultivation base is at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? The young man's heart raced when he thought about this. After all, Elder Lin Yuan was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace. Although he was not at the peak of the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he was still a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The young man was none other than Huang Qiling, a disciple from the Wandering Saint Palace, whom Duan Lingtian had met a year ago. At that time, Huang Qiling had sensed that Duan Lingtian was not a member of the Wandering Saint Palace. That was why he had taken the initiative to strike up a conversation with Duan Lingtian. Due to Huang Qiling, Duan Lingtian had gotten into a conflict with 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian managed to kill the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace despite being besieged. The 3 disciples were the sons of the 3 elders from the Wandering Saint Palace. He seems to be in the Wandering Saint Palace right now. Huang Qiling no longer hesitated when he thought of this. He flew up into the air and left the spacious mansion. There was a guest area in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Usually, guests would be arranged in this area. The guest area was divided into several smaller areas. Distinguished guests would usually be arranged in separate mansions. After arriving at the guest area, Huang Qiling asked around and found out which mansion Duan Lingtian and the others were arranged in. Brother Lingtian. When they arrived outside Duan Lingtian's mansion, Huang Qiling did not barge in rashly. Instead, he called out loudly. His voice was not loud, but it was filled with saint origin, so it could be heard from afar. "Come in." A familiar and gentle voice rang in Huang Qiling's ears, causing him to smile from ear to ear. He could tell the owner of the voice had not forgotten about him. "How did you know I'm here?" Chapter 2276. Brother Ling Tian, you're now famous in the Wandering Saint Palace. If you go out and say your name, who in the Wandering Saint Palace wouldn't know you? Huang Qiling said with a smile. Heavenly voice novel initially, he was worried Duan Lingtian's attitude toward him would change. After all, Duan Lingtian was no longer the same as before. He was suspected to be a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. However, when Huang Qiling saw Duan Lingtian greeting him with a smile, he realized something was amiss. This brother Ling Tian was still the same brother Ling Tian from a year ago. Oh! Duan Ling Tian was slightly surprised when he heard Huang Qiling's words. Duan Ling Tian finally understood what had happened after Huang Qiling's words. His actions today had caused a commotion in the Wandering Saint Palace. Father, who's he? At this moment, Duan Qiling walked out of one of the rooms. As she walked toward Duan Ling Tian, she stared at Huang Qiling curiously. He's father's friend. You can call him uncle. Duan Ling Tian hugged Duan Qiling as soon as she came to his side. He had a doting expression on his face as he spoke to Duan Qiling uncle. Duan Qiling looked at Huang Qiling and called out to him sweetly. Huang Qiling responded with a smile, and a burst of warmth rose in his heart. All of this was because Duan Lingtian had addressed him as a friend. In other words, Duan Lingtian had treated him as a friend. Since it's our first meeting, I didn't bring a gift. I obtained this jade pendant by chance a few years ago. I'll give it to you. Huang Qiling rummaged through his spatial ring before he took out a jade pendant that was round and green. The moment the jade pendant appeared, the air in the surroundings seemed to have warmed up. It was as though the jade pendant was a natural furnace. Duan Qiling did not take the jade pendant when Huang Qiling handed it to her. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian as though she was waiting for his permission. Since it's a gift from me, you can take it. Duan Lingtian smiled affectionately as he patted Duan Qiling's head. Thank you, uncle. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Qiling grabbed Huang Qiling's jade pendant and played with it. Wow, it's so warm and comfortable. I didn't expect brother Ling Tian to have a daughter. Huang Qiling. At the same time, he could not help but recall Duan Lingtian's name. When Huang Wenjing first returned, she thought he was close to Duan Lingtian, so she had come to ask him about Duan Lingtian. At that time, he could tell Duan Qiling was interested in Duan Lingtian. Huang Wenjing had fallen in love with Duan Lingtian. Sister Wenjing still doesn't know brother Lingtian has a wife and daughter. If she finds out, I'm sure she'll be sad. At this moment, the news of brother Ling Tian's arrival in the Wandering Saint Palace has most likely reached her ears. Huang Qiling sighed inwardly when he thought about this. He knew Huang Wenjing very well. She had been arrogant since she was young. Although she had many suitors, she had never looked at a man seriously, let alone fall in love with one. Due to this reason, when he discovered Huang Wenjing had fallen for Duan Lingtian a year ago, he was so shocked that he could not regain his senses for a long time. I'm afraid only someone like brother Lingtian is worthy of sister Wenjing, the most beautiful woman in the human devil clan. At that time, Huang Qiling had sighed inwardly. However, he realized now that Huang Wenjing had fallen in love with Huang Wenjing. Even if Duan Lingtian was worthy of Huang Wenjing, it was impossible for them to be together since Duan Lingtian already had a wife and daughter. Although it was normal for powerful men to have multiple wives in this world where only the strong were respected, he knew Huang Wenjing's temper very well. She would never share the same man with another woman. While Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling were chatting in the residence of an elder in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate, bang! A loud noise rang in the air as a white-haired old woman smashed the stone table in front of her into pieces. The old woman's bright eyes were suffused with a cold glint. It was like a knife or a sword, as if it could tear everything apart. Duan, Ling, Tian. Following that, the old woman let out a low, hoarse roar, almost enunciating every word. Her tone was filled with anger and endless hatred. Of course, it was also filled with deep helplessness. Jeer, I'm useless. I won't be able to avenge you for the time being. The old woman's eyes widened as she muttered to herself. However, don't worry. Although I can't kill Duan Lingtian, I can kill the people around him. I heard he has a wife and a daughter. I don't believe he'll be able to stay by his wife and daughter's side for the rest of his life. As long as I have the chance, I'll kill his wife and daughter and bury them with you. I'll make Duan Lingtian suffer for the rest of his life. I'll make him regret killing you. The hatred in the old woman's voice intensified as she muttered to herself. It was as though she would not rest until Duan Lingtian was dead. Based on the old woman's words, it was obvious who she was. She was none other than the grandmother of Situ Ji, one of the 3 disciples from the Wandering Saint Palace whom Duan Lingtian had killed a year ago. She was an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. 2 of the 3 disciples killed by Duan Lingtian a year ago had their elders killed by Duan Lingtian. Only Lu Wei, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace, was left. Today, Lu Wei learned that Duan Lingtian, the person who killed her grandson, had come to the Wandering Saint Palace. When she heard that Duan Lingtian had killed Lin Yuan, whose strength was on par with hers with just 2 moves, she temporarily dismissed the idea of seeking revenge from Duan Lingtian. This was because she knew she would only be courting death if she sought revenge from Duan Lingtian. For this reason, she had chosen another path of revenge. She wanted to wait for an opportunity to kill Duan Lingtian's wife and daughter, so that Duan Lingtian would regret it for the rest of his life. However, would she be able to obtain that opportunity? Brother Lingtian, it's here. Suddenly, a voice came from outside and clearly entered Lu Wei's ears, causing Lu Wei's expression to change greatly. Brother Lingtian? Don't tell me it's Duan Lingtian. When he thought of this, Lu Wei, whose expression had already changed greatly, couldn't help but fiercely shrink his eyes. Swoosh! As soon as Lu Wei's eyes widened, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Lu Wei's eyes widened in shock again. She did not know how to react at all. Whoosh! When Lu Wei finally regained her senses, a figure appeared in her line of sight. It was a purple-clad young man. Although it was her first time meeting this young man, she had seen him in the portrait before, so she recognized him at a glance. This purple-clad young man was the person who killed her grandson, Situ Yuji. He was her sworn enemy, Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Another sound of wind whistling rang in the air. It was a young man in embroidered clothes. He was none other than Huang Qiling. Duan Lingtian, why are you here? I didn't look for you to take revenge. Lu Wei looked at Duan Lingtian and said in a deep voice. In Lu Wei's opinion, if she did not look for Duan Lingtian to take revenge, then Duan Lingtian had no reason to kill her. However, did some things require a reason? I know you didn't look for me to take revenge. When he heard Lu Wei's words, Duan Lingtian said indifferently, however, I have a habit. I don't like to let a hidden danger that can threaten the safety of the people around me continue to exist in this world. Duan Lingtian revealed his intentions after he finished speaking. He wanted to eliminate the source of trouble. He wanted to completely eliminate Lu Wei, this hidden danger. Huang Qiling, you're the one who asked him to kill me? Lu Wei's eyes widened when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. She looked at Huang Qiling ferociously as she said, Don't forget that you're the son of the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. You violated the palace rules by helping an outsider to deal with me. Elder Lu Wei, what are you talking about? Huang Qiling frowned when he heard Lu Wei's words. He pretended to be confused as he said, I'm only accompanying Brother Lingtian around the palace today. What do you mean by helping an outsider to deal with you? Why don't I understand? Don't act dumb. Lu Wei said coldly. You know very well what you've done. In fact, Lu Wei had guessed correctly. The reason Duan Ling Tian appeared here was due to Huang Qiling's persuasion. Brother Ling Tian, with your actions today, Situ Yu Ji's grandmother, Elder Lu Wei of Wandering Saint Palace, definitely won't dare to seek revenge from you. However, she's not a simple person. Perhaps she won't dare to seek revenge from you in the future. However, she'll do whatever it takes to make you feel regret and pain. For example, she'll harm the people around you. And this was also her usual method in the past. When she was young, she once had an extremely resounding nickname, Black Widow. Therefore, I advise you, if possible, it's best if you kill her before the palace master comes looking for you to prevent future trouble. These were Huang Qiling's exact words before they arrived. Upon hearing Huang Qiling's words, Duan Ling Tian thanked Huang Qiling and did not hesitate to ask Huang Qiling to lead the way to Lu Wei, an elder from the Wandering Saint Palace. His wife and daughter were even more important to him than his own life. He would not allow anyone who could threaten them to live in this world. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian raised his hand, and 1,000 inscriptions, Saint sword appeared in his hand. His eyes were cold and emotionless as he looked at Lu Wei. Sword-wielding technique. As soon as Lu Wei turned around to flee, Duan Ling Tian's 1,000 inscriptions, Saint sword flew out from his hand. Stop! Chapter 2277. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions, Saint sword shot out like a meteor, leaving a trail of sword marks in its wake. Spurt! A soft sound rang in the air as the 1,000 inscriptions, Saint sword pierced through the back of Lu Wei's head and came out from between her eyebrows. Blood splattered everywhere. The entire process happened in just a blink of an eye. When the 1,000 inscriptions, sacred sword, killed Lu Wei's body, it also destroyed her soul that was about to use the soul separation technique to escape, completely cutting off her life force. It was impossible for her to survive. Lu Wei, an elder of the Wandering Saint Palace and a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage, she was dead. She was killed by Duan Ling Tian with a single strike. She did not even have time to cast the soul detaching technique to escape. The reason Duan Ling Tian was able to succeed so easily was that he had devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy outside the mansion to raise the Sun Saint origin in his body to its limit before he entered the mansion. His Sun Saint origin was comparable to the saint origin of a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Coupled with the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, it was easy for him to kill a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This Huang Qiling, who was hovering in the air, was shocked when he saw Lu Wei being killed by Duan Ling Tian in just a blink of an eye. One strike. Just one strike. At this moment, Huang Qiling's heart twitched violently. Duan Ling Tian had killed Lu Wei, an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage from the Wandering Saint Palace, with just one strike. It was as easy as killing a chicken. Killing a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage was as easy as killing a chicken. Perhaps only a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage was capable of such a feat. You're Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, a furious and loud voice sounded. Along with it, a figure appeared out of thin air. The figure seemed to appear out of thin air above the mansion. Huang Qiling could not help but shudder when he saw the figure. He quickly bowed respectfully. Lord Palace Master. At this moment, Huang Qiling recalled something. Earlier, when Duan Ling Tian made his move, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace had stopped him. However, Duan Ling Tian ignored him and continued to kill Elder Lu Wei from the Wandering Saint Palace. Huang Qiling knew the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was angry when he sensed the cold aura from the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, he was quite angry. If Brother Ling Tian really joins the Wandering Saint Palace, Lord Palace Master shouldn't do anything to Brother Ling Tian. After all, the value of Brother Ling Tian alone is much higher than Elder Lu Wei and Elder Lin Yuan combined. Huang Qiling comforted himself. Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? After Duan Lingtian put away Elder Lu Wei's spatial ring, he noticed a figure that had appeared out of thin air. When he heard Huang Qiling's greeting, he knew the person who had arrived was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. When Duan Lingtian looked over, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace appeared before him. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace wore a silver robe. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build. Although he did not have a striking appearance, he had a dignified air about him. He exuded the aura of a superior. At this moment, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was glaring at Duan Lingtian coldly as he emitted a cold aura. "You're Duan Lingtian?" The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace finally spoke. His voice was as cold as ice, giving people the impression that he was in a world of ice and snow. "Yes." Even though Duan Lingtian was facing a famous powerhouse in the Human Devil clan like the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, he remained calm. He was neither servile nor overbearing. After all, his current strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Therefore, he did not need to be humble when dealing with a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. "Elder Lin Yuan made a move on you, so it's understandable that you killed him. However, Elder Lu Wei did not make a move on you. Do you think the Wandering Saint Palace is a pushover when you come to her residence to kill her?" The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace said coldly. His voice became colder as he spoke. Even Huang Qiling, who was standing in the distance, could not help but shudder when he heard the voice of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. He felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian remained calm as though he was not affected by the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace's words. He replied indifferently, "Palace Master Yuan, you're being too presumptuous. I, Duan Lingtian, have always believed in the principle of, I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I've never killed without reason. The people I killed, in my opinion, deserve to be killed. As for that old woman, don't you know who she is, Palace Master Yuan?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as he stared at the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace fearlessly. Not long after Duan Lingtian arrived in the Human Devil Saint City, he had heard of the leaders of the 9 strongest forces in the Human Devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. One of them was the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Yuan Haochen. Most people called him Palace Master Yuan. "I won't attack unless I'm attacked. I've never killed without reason." "Good, good. Very good." Yuan Haochen was so angry that he laughed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He said angrily, "Today I'd like to see what makes you, Duan Lingtian, qualified to act so arrogantly in my Wandering Saint Palace." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Haochen's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot. At the very least, in Huang Qiling's eyes, Yuan Haochen had disappeared into thin air. However, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, Yuan Haochen seemed to have transformed into a cannonball as he flew toward him. During this process, Yuan Haochen's body that was originally of average height began to swell. What kind of technique is this? Duan Lingtian was stunned when he saw Yuan Haochen's body that was originally of average height began to swell up in just a blink of an eye. However, even though he was stunned, Duan Lingtian did not dare to underestimate the danger before him. Golden Crow's wings. When Yuan Haochen, who was wearing a silver robe, was about to reach Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to use his movement divine ability and unleash his Sun Saint origin. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the next moment, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back at lightning speed. With a flap of the wings, Duan Lingtian dodged Yuan Haochen's attack at a ridiculously fast speed. Brother Lingtian has disappeared as well. As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, he disappeared from Huang Qiling's line of sight as well. How fast? Huang Qiling knew very well what had happened. Whether it was the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace or Brother Lingtian, they had not really disappeared. Their speed was so fast that Huang Qiling could not even see them with his naked eye. The palace master of Wandering Saint Palace is much stronger than the sect leader of Zoroastrianism and the supreme elder of Zhuangzi Buddhism in the upper province. After Duan Lingtian dodged Yuan Haochen's attack with his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, he discovered the distance between him and Yuan Haochen was getting shorter and shorter. Duan Lingtian's expression turned even more solemn. If this continues, he'll catch up to me sooner or later. It seems like I'll have to fight him. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian continued to fly as he turned around. With a raise of his hand, the 1,000 inscriptions, Saint, sword appeared in his hand again. Sword-wielding art. With this thought in mind, the 1,000 inscriptions, Saint sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, leaving a fleeting sound of sword whistling in the air. What a fast sword! No wonder he could kill Elder Lu Wei with just one strike. He didn't even have time to use the soul detachment technique. Although Duan Lingtian's 1,000 inscriptions, Saint sword was fast, it was still within the range of Yuan Haochen's control. An attack of this level was not a threat to him. Duan Lingtian must have just broken through to the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage. His strength should be at the bottom of the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage. However, he's still a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint celestial stage. While many thoughts flashed through his mind, Yuan Haochen raised his hand and condensed to Saint Qi again. During this process, Yang Kai's Saint Qi streaked across the void and seemed to form a mysterious connection with the surrounding heavens and earth. This mysterious connection seemed to have caused Yuan Haochen's Saint origin to resonate with heaven and earth. All of a sudden, swoosh! Yuan Haochen suddenly moved his right hand. Saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth shot out from his fingers like 5 bolts of lightning as he grabbed at the air in front of him. The entire process was as smooth as flowing water. Qi, 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 qi. With a buzzing sound, Yuan Haochen grabbed at the air in front of him, and a sword suddenly appeared in his hand. It was a sword that was completely grasped in his hand. A terrifying energy surged out of the sword as it trembled violently as though it was trying to break free from Yuan Haochen's grip. However, no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free from Yuan Haochen's grip. Yuan Haochen's hand was like a pair of pincers that clamped tightly on the sword, preventing it from moving at all. The sword was none other than the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword that Duan Lingtian had used to wield the sword from the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. His comprehension of heaven and earth has reached such a level. Chapter 2278. Duan Lingtian could see it. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, had only used the profundity of his martial tactics. He did not even use any divine abilities. However, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword that Duan Lingtian had activated with all his might with just a casual grab. The 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword could not move at all. It was as though it was gripped by a pair of pliers. Duan Lingtian had used the 3rd stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword's 3rd stage, the sword wielding the heart. Even so, Yuan Haochen still managed to stop the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword. Moreover, Duan Lingtian managed to stop the 1,000 inscriptions Saint sword with such ease. His saint origin seems to have formed a connection with heaven and earth. It seems like he has reached the heaven and man unity stage. Duan Lingtian finally understood why Yuan Haochen was so strong. Yuan Haochen's comprehension of heaven and earth had reached a certain level. In terms of cultivation base, he had reached a very high level. That was why he was able to unleash the power of his saint origin. Shang Yuan casually grasped at the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword that he had launched with all his strength using only the profundities of his martial arts. Shang Yuan easily caught the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. What kind of technique was this? Meanwhile, the energy on the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that Yuan Haochen was unable to break free from Duan Lingtian's grasp began to dissipate as time passed. In the next instant, Yuan Haochen grabbed the 1,000 inscriptions saint sword. All of a sudden, a crisp and ear-piercing sound rang out. It was Yuan Haochen who had flicked his finger and pointed it at the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword, sending it flying. Swoosh! The 1,000 inscriptions saint sword that was sent flying turned into a sword ray that shot toward Duan Lingtian as though it had eyes. Duan Lingtian's son, Saint Qi, boiled and gathered in his hands as he caught the sword with both hands. Even so, when he caught the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword, the terrifying energy coming from it shook the sun saint origin in his hands. Even his hands were numb. What a powerful force! Immediately, Duan Lingtian was also shocked to the point that his heart jumped. Yuan Haochen had only used his Saint Qi to deflect the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword with a casual flick of his finger. He hadn't even used any martial arts or divine abilities, yet he was already so terrifying. At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally realized how terrifying it was for a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage to comprehend heaven and earth. Based on the saint origin of the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, his comprehension of heaven and earth must have reached a certain level. I'm afraid he's not far from triggering the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, Duan Lingtian, try and take this. Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, shouted when Duan Lingtian had fully grasped the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword. With a raise of his hand, his saint origin that resonated with heaven and earth surged out. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard Yuan Haochen shout. What a joke! With Yuan Haochen's strength, he could easily grab the 1,000 inscriptions sacred sword that Duan Lingtian had unleashed with all his might with just a casual grab. If Duan Lingtian's palm strike contained both martial arts and divine abilities, Duan Lingtian would not be able to block it even if it contained both martial arts and divine abilities. It seems like I have no choice but to use the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet. When Duan Lingtian thought of the super saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, when he realized he might die today. The Devil Seal Tablet was his last resort. Although he did not know if it would be effective against a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like Yuan Haochen. However, this was his only chance. If he could kill Yuan Haochen, he would be able to become the new Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace and control the entire Wandering Saint Palace. If he could not kill Yuan Haochen, he would definitely die. However, if he did not use the Devil Seal Tablet, he would most likely die anyway. For this reason, Duan Lingtian decided to take out the Devil Seal Tablet and risk it all. Lord Palace Master, Huang Qiling's expression changed drastically when he saw Yuan Haochen's palm strike was about to land on him. Master, please have mercy on him. As soon as Huang Qiling finished speaking, another voice rang in the air. At this moment, a pleasant woman's voice rang out. There was a hint of coldness mixed within the coldness, but there was also a deep sense of concern. Hearing this voice, Huang Qiling's palm that was about to land slightly slowed down. At the same time, he could not help but frown slightly. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Lingtian felt a gust of wind blowing in front of him. Then he saw a beautiful figure standing in front of him, shielding him. It's her. Just by looking at her back, Duan Ling Tian recognized the white-clad woman before him. She was none other than the strongest powerhouse among the younger generation in the Wandering Saint Palace. She was also the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil clan, Huang Wenjing. Duan Ling Tian had fought with Huang Wenjing a year ago. Moreover, Huang Wenjing had given him the opportunity to enter the time cave in the ruin left behind by the eminent celestial celestial grade Saint Inscription Master, so he could improve his divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, to its maximum. Duan Ling Tian was still grateful for that. Later on, he even helped Huang Wenjing to improve her innate spiritual root to a violet innate spiritual root. Although it was only a light violet innate spiritual root, it was enough to crush almost everyone in the devil clans. Duan Ling Tian did not expect to see Huang Wenjing again after a year. Huang Wenjing addressed Yuan Haochen as master. A year ago, someone mentioned that Huang Wenjing is the last disciple of the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace. Moreover, the palace master is very fond of her. Duan Ling Tian's heart jolted as he recalled many things that happened a year ago. Wenjing, what are you doing? Yuan Haochen asked in a deep voice. His expression darkened when he saw his favorite disciple was stopping him from killing Huang Wenjing. His tone was slightly stern. Master, he came here to join the Wandering Saint Palace. If you kill him like this, I'm afraid the people in the Wandering Saint Palace will be disheartened. The aura emitted from Huang Wenjing's body was still ice-cold, but her words were filled with determination. Yuan Haochen knew how stubborn Huang Wenjing was when he heard the determination in her voice and saw the determination in her eyes. In the end, he had no choice but to let go of Duan Ling Tian. He did not have any children, so he treated his last disciple like a daughter. Therefore, he had no choice but to let go of Huang Wenjing when he saw how determined she was to protect Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, he did not plan to kill Duan Ling Tian. Although he had asked Duan Ling Tian to receive his palm strike, he did not intend to use his full strength. He only wanted to test Duan Ling Tian's strength and see how strong Duan Ling Tian was. As the palace master of Wandering Saint Palace, how could he easily reject a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage who wanted to join the Wandering Saint Palace? However, he did not expect things to turn out this way, so he could only give up on testing Duan Ling Tian. Forget it. I can confirm now that he's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. With this thought in mind, Yuan Haochen had completely given up on testing Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian was unaware of Yuan Haochen's thoughts. Otherwise, he would have been terrified. This was because Duan Ling Tian had decided to use the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, at all costs when faced with Yuan Haochen, who was about to strike him with his palm. One could imagine this. If the Devil Seal tablet was exposed, even if Yuan Haochen only wanted to test him and did not intend to kill him, he might still kill him when he realized he was not a human devil, but a human. After all, the Wandering Saint Palace was one of the 9 great forces in the Human Devil clan. Although the members of the Wandering Saint Palace had the bloodline of humans, they were still part of the Devil clans. Seeing Yuan Haochen put his hand down, Huang Qiling breathed a sigh of relief. Huang Wenjing also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As for Duan Ling Tian, he looked at Duan Ling Tian gratefully. Thank you. Duan Ling Tian. Yuan Haochen called out Duan Ling Tian's name as soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking. Whoosh! As Yuan Haochen called out to Duan Ling Tian, he raised his hand and a streak of light shot out toward Duan Ling Tian. The streak of light did not have any offensive power, so Duan Ling Tian caught it easily. This is when Duan Ling Tian opened his hand to take a look, he noticed it was a token. Looking at the words inscribed on it, he was surprised to see it was an identity token. Vice Palace Master. Duan Ling Tian's eyes lit up when he saw the words Vice Palace Master engraved on the identity token. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian felt as though things had taken a turn for the better. His current mood was as if he had just experienced a roller coaster ride. From today onward, Duan Lingtian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the words Vice Palace Master engraved on the identity token. Yuan Haochen spoke again. His voice seemed to contain some sort of magical power. Not only did it spread out of the mansion, but it even spread far and wide. In just a blink of an eye, it had spread throughout the entire Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Everyone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate heard Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian, Vice Palace Master? Lord Palace Master has given the order. From today onward, Duan Lingtian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace. If Duan Lingtian is the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace, doesn't that mean the Wandering Saint Palace will have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial Stage? This is great news. Chapter 2279. The entire Wandering Saint Palace was in an uproar over Duan Lingtian's promotion to Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian held the identity token in his hand as he looked at Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, who was standing nearby. He did not know how to react. Previously, Yuan Haochen had acted as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. However, it was as though Yuan Haochen had become a completely different person. Not only did Yuan Haochen give him the identity token as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace, but Yuan Haochen had also announced that Duan Lingtian had become the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. The difference between before and after was so great that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. It caused Duan Lingtian to be in a state of shock even after a long time. Suddenly, Yuan Haochen looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile, "Welcome to the Wandering Saint Palace. Vice Palace Master Duan, welcome to the Wandering Saint Palace. From today onward, I hope that you and the other Vice Palace Masters will uphold the rules of the Wandering Saint Palace and be strict with others and ourselves." Yuan Haochen's words had a hidden meaning. As long as one was a normal person, one would be able to discern that he was vaguely conveying a message to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're now the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian hoped that you would not act recklessly in the Wandering Saint Palace and violate the rules of the Wandering Saint Palace. Don't worry, Palace Master. Duan Lingtian understood the hidden meaning in Yuan Haochen's words. However, he did not care since he had already killed all his enemies in the Wandering Saint Palace. In the future, it was unlikely that anyone in the Wandering Saint Palace would dare to make an enemy out of him. Even if someone dared to make the first move, it would not be considered a violation of the Wandering Saint Palace's rules, even if he killed them. Hearing Duan Lingtian's agreement, Yuan Haochen nodded. Then he looked at Huang Wenjing, who was standing not far away from Duan Lingtian. "Wenjing, I have something to do now. You'll be in charge of settling Vice Palace Master Duan and his wife and daughter." After saying that, Yuan Haochen turned into a gust of wind and left. Not good. Hearing Yuan Haochen's words before he left, Huang Qiling's expression changed slightly. Almost at the same time that Huang Qiling's expression changed, Huang Wenjing's beautiful and cold face also changed color with a whoosh. His wife and daughter? He actually had a wife and a daughter? Although Huang Wenjing followed her master to this place, she didn't know that Duan Lingtian didn't come alone. She also didn't know that Duan Lingtian had a wife and daughter with him. "You." Huang Wenjing trembled. Huang Wenjing's delicate body trembled slightly as she turned around. Her beautiful eyes stared straight at Duan Lingtian as she asked in disbelief, "You really have a wife and daughter?" At this moment, not only was Huang Wenjing's voice not cold, but it was also trembling. Her trembling voice seemed to contain extreme nervousness. At this moment, Huang Wenjing had lost a lot of her composure compared to her previous ice-cold appearance. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded without any hesitation when he heard Huang Wenjing's question. Then he added, I have 2 wives, a daughter and a son. One of my wives and my daughter came with me to the wandering Saint Palace. Duan Lingtian was no longer a hothead who did not understand romance. Naturally, he could tell Huang Wenjing was interested in him. Due to this reason, he quickly cut her off. Although he hadn't spent much time with Huang Wenjing, he could tell that Huang Wenjing was a proud woman. It was impossible for a woman like her to share a man with another woman. Huang Wenjing's heart skipped a beat when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. A hint of paleness could be seen on her beautiful face. Why didn't you tell me before? Huang Wenjing looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in an agitated tone, What's wrong with you? Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Huang Wenjing's questioning tone. Although he was slightly displeased, he did not flare up in the end. Before? You didn't ask me before, right? Why would I bring this up if you didn't ask me? Duan Lingtian was speechless. However, when he saw the pained expression on Huang Wenjing's face, he could not help but sigh inwardly. At this moment, no matter how slow-witted he was, he realized he had unintentionally hurt this woman. That's right. Why would you bring this up if I didn't ask you? Duan Lingtian's words were like a sharp sword that ruthlessly pierced Huang Wenjing's heart. Her delicate body trembled violently, and a sorrowful expression appeared on her face. Following that, Huang Wenjing's body swayed as she flew into the air and left alone. Huang Qiling, I'll leave him to you. Before Huang Wenjing left, she transmitted her voice to Huang Qiling. Her tone was cold again. Upon hearing this, Huang Qiling could not help but smile bitterly. Huang Wenjing turned around and left. When she was out of sight of Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling, 2 streams of tears rolled down her beautiful face. A year ago, she was only attracted to that man. In the past year, apart from cultivating, that man was like a nightmare to her. He had completely integrated into her world, and it was getting harder and harder for her to part with him. Sometimes the matters between a man and a woman were just so magical. In the past year, Huang Wenjing had fallen deeply in love with Duan Lingtian. When she found out Duan Lingtian already had a wife and a daughter, she completely broke down. She no longer cared about her usual cold facade. At this moment, Huang Wenjing could hear the sound of her heart breaking. What a beautiful dream it was, but it was shattered just like that. The joy she felt when she found out Duan Lingtian had come to the wandering Saint Palace had turned into the biggest joke in the world at this moment. Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly when he saw Huang Wenjing leaving without saying goodbye. Brother Lingtian, Sister Wenjing, handed you to me before she left. I'll take care of all of you from now on. At this moment, Huang Qiling looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a sigh, All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. In that case, let's go back and pick them up. As Duan Lingtian and Huang Qiling made their way back, Huang Qiling smiled wryly and said, Brother Lingtian, don't blame Sister Wenjing. She's been the pride of the wandering Saint Palace since she was young. She's used to being arrogant. All this time, it has always been men who revolve around her, but she has never taken a fancy to a man until she met you. Although I knew she had feelings for you, I didn't expect her feelings to be so deep. Huang Qiling could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. Based on Huang Wenjing's behavior earlier, it was not difficult for Huang Qiling to see how deep her feelings were. While Huang Qiling was taking care of Duan Lingtian and the others, news of what had happened in the wandering Saint Palace spread like wildfire in the wandering Saint Palace. It did not take long for the news to spread throughout the human devil saint city. The wandering Saint Palace was one of the 9 strongest forces in the human devil clan, the 3 palaces and 6 halls. Many things had happened in the wandering Saint Palace today. It was only natural that more than half of the human devil clans were alerted. in the Crimson Blaze Palace's estate. Did you hear? Today, a powerhouse entered the Wandering Saint Palace's estate and killed 2 elders of the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan? Isn't he an elder at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage in the Wandering Saint Palace? To be able to kill him. Who did it? I heard it's the young man who killed Lin Yuan's grandson, Lin Qigang, a year ago. What? You're saying the young man who killed Lin Yuan's grandson is strong enough to kill Lin Yuan? It's not as simple as just killing him. It said that the young man only used 2 moves to kill Lin Yuan. 2 moves? You must be kidding. When the news spread to the Crimson Blaze Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls, it caused a commotion. In the Great Spirit Palace's estate. What happened to the young man in the end? Was he killed by the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace? That's right. He's so arrogant to kill someone in the Wandering Saint Palace's estate. Isn't he seeking death? The Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is a powerhouse who could trigger the Celestial Ascension Tribulation at any time. Based on his understanding of heaven and earth, there's almost no one below the eminent Celestial who's a match for him in the Human Devil clan. That young man will definitely die if he makes a move. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. That young man didn't die. What? The Spirit Gathering Palace, one of the 3 palaces and 6 halls in the Human Devil clan, was also shocked. In the Azure Sheen Hall's estate. That young man didn't die? Did he escape before the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace made his move? That's not the case. Rumor has it that the reason he's still alive is because he didn't go to the Wandering Saint Palace to kill. Instead, he went there to join the Wandering Saint Palace. He's a sectless human devil with a pure human bloodline. What? He's a sectless human devil. Since when did an itinerant demonic cultivator become so powerful? He killed Elder Lin Yuan of Wandering Saint Palace with just 2 moves. It's very likely he's a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Does this mean he has joined the Wandering Saint Palace? Apart from the Crimson Blaze Palace, the Spirit Gathering Palace, and the Azure Sheen Hall and the 3 palaces and 6 halls, the other 5 halls were also filled with shocking news. That young man's name is Duan Lingtian. He has been appointed as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace by Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace. From today onward, the Wandering Saint Palace will have another powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Those who are gloating over the death of a powerhouse at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were dumbfounded when they heard the news. As a result, Chapter 2280. Moreover, the new Vice Palace Master was a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This news quickly spread throughout the Human Devil Holy City. After the news spread throughout the Human Demon Holy City, it continued to spread like a hurricane. And it didn't take long for the news to spread throughout the entire Human Demon Holy City. The Wandering Saint Palace is so lucky. A Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage? It's said that the Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is a sectless cultivator. He only joined the Wandering Saint Palace today. I heard the Vice Palace Master of the Wandering Saint Palace is very powerful. He killed 2 elders as soon as he arrived in the Wandering Saint Palace. One of the elders was at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Isn't this too valiant? In the following period of time, not only in the Human Devil Holy City, but also in the territories of the Human Devil clan, there were similar discussions. After all, the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the Human Devil clan's 3 palaces and 6 halls, had a Vice Palace Master at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. This was big news to the entire Human Devil clan. In addition, the human demons also knew that Yi Futian was a member of the demon race. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace was Duan Lingtian. The new Vice Palace Master of Wandering Saint Palace is Duan Lingtian? Are you sure you're not mistaken? In a certain restaurant in the human-demon holy city, a demonic human looked at his companion in shock as if he had heard some shocking news. He's indeed called Duan Lingtian. Why? Do you know him? The latter asked in confusion. No, I don't know this person. I just thought of a person named Duan Lingtian, and that person was a human, not a demonic human. The former shook his head and said, Now that you mention it, I remember something. When I first heard the name Duan Lingtian, I also felt a sense of familiarity. Tell me, who is that person? The latter asked again. Although the conversation between the two was not loud, the people at the surrounding tables could still clearly hear the content of their conversation. I seem to have the same feeling, too. I think I've heard of the name Duan Lingtian before, but I can't remember where I've heard of it. Inside the restaurant, more and more demonic humans joined in. They also felt that the name of the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace was familiar, but they could not recall where they had heard it before. Aren't you guys too forgetful? At this moment, a human demon in the corner of the restaurant's lobby shouted. His voice was so loud that it drowned out the voices of the majority of the people present. The territory of our human devil clan used to belong to that human force. Have you forgotten? Of course not. The human devil clan's current territory used to belong to the Azure Cloud Mansion. That's right. Before we occupied this area as our new territory, it was the territory of the Azure Cloud Mansion. The Azure Cloud Mansion is one of the two strongest forces in the Debussy Eye, subterranean. Many human devils responded at once. I remember now. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang in the air. A human devil stood up and said in shock, the son of the Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, the person who obtained the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet. Isn't his name Duan Lingtian? I remember now. No wonder the name Duan Lingtian sounds familiar. The young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion has the same name as well. I can't believe the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace has the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Rumor has it that the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion went to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after his Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal tablet, was taken away. Now that the inter-province transportation formation between the lower province and the upper province has been destroyed, I'm sure he didn't expect the Azure Cloud Mansion to cease to exist. Although they have the same name, their fates are too different. After discovering the new Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace had the same name as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, everyone in the Human Devil Saint City began to discuss this topic. Many human devils who had used the soul-searching secret tactic on those who had seen the portrait of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion could not help but recall the face of the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion, Duan Lingtian. Fortunately, such human devils were rare and had not seen the current Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace, Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, they would have discovered it. The Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace, Duan Lingtian, looked exactly the same as the young Mansion Master of Azure Cloud Mansion. This was something that Duan Lingtian did not expect. Otherwise, even if he didn't change his name, he would definitely disguise his face to hide it from others. After Duan Lingtian was appointed as the Vice Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace by Yuan Haochen, the Palace Master of Wandering St. Palace, Duan Lingtian moved into a spacious mansion. The area where this mansion was located was very spacious. There were only a few mansions in the area. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was much better than the other places in the Wandering St. Palace's estate. I'll be in closed-door cultivation for a while. If there's anything urgent, you can wake me up. If there's nothing urgent, you don't have to wake me up. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man in front of him and said in a deep voice. Duan Lingtian's words sounded more like an order. Yes, master. The middle-aged man humbly replied like a servant. Fortunately, There were no other people in the wandering Saint Palace around, so they did not see the scene. Otherwise, they would be shocked as well. This was because the middle-aged man was an elder in the wandering Saint Palace. Elders in the wandering Saint Palace were considered high-ranking officials in the wandering Saint Palace, although they had to be respectful in front of the vice palace master of wandering Saint Palace. They did not have to bow and scrape like a servant. However, not only did this elder bow and scrape before Duan Lingtian, the new vice palace master of wandering Saint Palace, but he even addressed Duan Lingtian as master. "You may leave." When Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the middle-aged man bowed respectfully and left. This middle-aged man was none other than Elder Penglai, who had welcomed Duan Lingtian and the others into the wandering Saint Palace's estate when Duan Lingtian and the others had just arrived. Since Duan Lingtian had intended to recruit Penglai, he had invited Penglai to leave the wandering Saint Palace after a few days. They had also left the Human Devil Saint City and the Human Devil Clan's territory. After that, Duan Lingtian spent some time killing people from the other devil clans to help Penglai improve his innate spiritual route to Indigo. You have two options now. The first option is to swear on the lightning penalty oath and pledge your loyalty to me. If you perform well in the future, I don't mind helping you improve your innate spiritual route to a violet innate spiritual route. The second option is to die. Penglai was overjoyed that his innate spiritual route had been upgraded to an indigo innate spiritual route when Duan Lingtian forced him to make a choice. Although it was rather sudden, Penglai still chose the first option without hesitation. He would swear his loyalty to Duan Lingtian and pledge his loyalty to Duan Lingtian. A violet innate spiritual route. When Penglai thought about the possibility of his innate spiritual route becoming a violet innate spiritual route, he could not help but feel excited. Who exactly is this master of mine? He can actually help people improve their innate spiritual roots. Penglai's respect for Duan Lingtian grew. After all, he was shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to help people improve their innate spiritual roots. After all, even an eminent celestial would not be able to do this. Just like that, Penglai became Duan Lingtian's subordinate. Although Penglai was still an elder of the wandering Saint Palace, he still prioritized his master, Duan Lingtian. Now that Si Ling and Kerr have begun to cultivate, I can focus on improving my cultivation base. After Penglai left, Duan Lingtian returned to his room to cultivate. Previously, the strength of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of wandering Saint Palace, had greatly stimulated Duan Lingtian. Moreover, Duan Lingtian had felt an unprecedented amount of pressure. This was why Yuan Haochen did not kill him that day. Otherwise, he would have died. Naturally, that was under the premise that the Super Saint weapon, the Devil Seal Tablet, could not kill Yuan Haochen. A powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage needs to comprehend heaven and earth to trigger the celestial ascension, tribulation. During this process, the comprehension of heaven and earth can directly affect the strength of one saint origin. After witnessing the strength of Yuan Haochen, the palace master of wandering Saint Palace, Duan Lingtian was extremely eager to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. As long as he could break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, he would be able to comprehend heaven and earth and increase the strength of his Sun Saint origin. Otherwise, his Sun Saint origin would be stuck at the limit of his Saint origin. Since there was a limit to his Saint origin, Duan Lingtian's strength did not increase even after he had broken through to the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. The only benefit was that he had mastered the soul-detaching technique that was unique to powerhouses at or above the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could use his soul to escape when he was in danger. Moreover, his soul was independent of heaven and earth. Currently, if Duan Lingtian wanted to raise his strength, he would have to break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage or comprehend the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the sovereign heart sword, and divine abilities. In the end, Duan Lingtian chose the former. Currently, the devil clans have gained a foothold in the lower province. Their next step is to reconstruct the inter-province transportation formation and invade the upper province. Before that, I must break through to the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.